Okay, we're going to start the meeting now. Co-chairs Clark, all attendees are here. The meeting is being recorded and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Welcome to the November 16th, 2023 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission's Marine Resources Committee. Callers have been placed on mute, and when it's time for members of the public to speak, they will receive instructions on how to indicate they would like to speak on an agenda item. Speakers will be unmuted individually. I'd like to turn to our Executive Director to give meeting notes, technical notes.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair Sklar. Good morning, Co-Chair Murray. For those of you who are here in the meeting room, please be sure if you are using a computer to mute your computer. And if you are connected to the Zoom webinar, especially, please make sure that Zoom is also completely muted to avoid interference with our setup. If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. Note that if you're joining by phone only and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact fgc@fgc.ca.gov or call 916-902-9286. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm Eric Sklar, President of the California Fish and Game Commission and co-chair of this committee. And to my left is Samantha Murray, co-chair of this committee and fellow commissioner. And I'd like to ask Melissa to introduce the commission staff and the CDFW staff who are here today.
Thank you. Melissa Miller-Henson, Executive Director of the California Fish and Game Commission. To my right is Kinsey Matthews. She is our California Sea Grant State Fellow this year. Excited to have her with us. Just to the far left or far right down there is David Haug. He's one of our analysts with the commission. We also have on Zoom Maureen Trotter, obviously, who's helping facilitate the Zoom element of the meeting. I do want to note that both Susan Ashcraft and Kimmy Rogers, 2 of our scientists with the commission, are not present today. The California Association of Professional Scientists has gone on strike. And so we have a number of environmental scientists who are absent yesterday, today, and tomorrow, including Susan and Kimmy. So we will not have them with us today, but we'll look forward to having them back for the next MRC meeting. From CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, our regional manager from the Marine region, Craig Shimon, is here with us today. We also have Assistant Chief of Law Enforcement, Eric Cord, here at the table, giving presentations today, and Craig will introduce them when we get to these agenda items. But we have Senior Environmental Scientist Specialist Kristen Elsmore and Environmental Program Manager Joanna Grable. We also have some OPC colleagues who were intending to be here with us today for the staff and agency's update. They are unable to attend due to their limited capacity as a result of the strike. All right, so background for the committee meetings themselves. Welcome, of course, to the meeting. Each of our committees is comprised of 2 commissioners who act as co-chairs, and those members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making, and we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We are operating under Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee chairs cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the chairs make recommendations to the full commission at regularly scheduled meetings. The next scheduled meeting is in December, also here in San Diego. These proceedings are being recorded for reference and archival purposes and are available on usually within 10 to 14 days on our YouTube page. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee co-chairs. As a general rule, requests for regulatory change need to be directed to the full commission and submitted on, of course, a form. It's available on our website. It's also available from staff. Those petition forms are to notify the commission that you have an interest in seeing changes to regulations for commission's consideration. At the committee's discretion, the committee may request that staff follow up on items of potential interest to the committee and possible recommendations to the commission related to such petitions. Committee meetings operate informally and provide opportunity for everyone to provide comment on agenda items. If you want to engage in the dialogue on an agenda item, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the co-chair. Provide your name, if you have any affiliation, and if you are affiliated, the number of people you represent. Note that time is limited, so please keep your input into the dialogue precise to give others time to speak. And if several speakers have the same concerns, please appoint a group spokesperson if at all possible. For general public comment, which is toward the end of the agenda, the subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the current agenda. Public comment on agenda items themselves will be taken at the time the committee members discuss that item. And that is it for today.
Great, thank you very much. I would ask Commissioner Murray whether she has any changes in the agenda, or we're good to go the way we are.
Looks good.
Okay, great. So we really have 3 items today, in this order: evaluation of bycatch for the halibut set gill net fishery, red abalone recovery, and then kelp. And then we'll have updates from our department. So we'll get right into the evaluation number 2 on the agenda, which is the evaluation of bycatch in the California set gill net fishery. And would like to ask our staff member, Kinsey Matthews, to lead us off, and then we'll go to Craig Schumann from the department.
Great, thank you. So under this agenda item today, the committee is going to 1, hear and discuss options for potential management measures to address bycatch concerns and information gaps within the California halibut set gill net fishery. 2, provide direction on next steps, and 3, potentially develop a committee recommendation. So as a reminder, management review of the California halibut fishery has been ongoing by the commission and the department since 2020. Presenting the first opportunity to use a review process by the Marine Life Management Act, or the MLMA. This process includes a 4-step framework that is outlined within the MLMA master plan. The first 2 steps are to collect information on the types and amounts of catch and to distinguish target, incidental, or bycatch species. The second 2 steps of the management review process entails evaluating and addressing bycatch in a way that limits bycatch to acceptable types and amounts. So at our last MRC meeting in July, the department presented its California halibut set gill net bycatch evaluation report that included analysis of the master plan bycatch inquiries for 12 species, thereby fulfilling step 3 of the evaluation framework. And at that meeting, MRC recommended that the bycatch evaluation framework proceed to step 4 to develop potential management measures for reducing bycatch within the California halibut set gill net targeted fishery. Also noting that these measurements would apply to other set gill net target fisheries such as white sea bass. MRC recommended that the department focus on evaluating potential management measures in 11 categories, which are laid out in the meeting materials. So since your last meeting, the department has met with set gill net fishermen and with representatives from environmental non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, to discuss potential management measures that would address bycatch concerns while also being feasible for the fleet. In addition, commission and department staff have met with staff from the National Marine Fisheries Service, or NMFS, to discuss and better understand entanglements of marine mammals. We've also met with a variety of different academics from universities regarding options to reduce bycatch mortality for some of our more sensitive species like Alaskan franks. So today, Craig will present a summary of outreach efforts to engage the set gill net fleet and interested stakeholders. They will present their findings for options for potential management measures and highlight areas for potential MRC guidance. So with that, Craig, you're ready to give your
Great, thank you.
presentation.
So first slide, please. And just by way of background, Kirsten Ramey was planning to give this presentation. She just sent me a text. She is still under the weather, so is home in Eureka, and expresses her deepest regrets for not being here with us today. So I am not Kirsten Ramey, I'm Craig Schumann, and I will be filling in, so please bear with me. We're going to do a bit of background, talk about the management measures that we have discussed, a bit about the stakeholder outreach and discussions, and then move forward with near-term and longer-term recommendations.
Is there a way to cut that light there just so we can see them?
That's I
The
think
wrong
right
light.
here.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Hey,
Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay.
you guys totally messed me up now. So background, Kinsey did a great job with background, so we're not going to go back through it again as to where we are and how we got here with the bycatch evaluation. Next slide, please. So based on discussion at the July MRC, there are 10 potential management measures that were identified for exploration and brainstorming with fishery participants and stakeholders. The MRC requested that we return today with a complete list of recommendations for consideration and potential recommendation. These potential management measures vary across the spectrum of cost, authority, effectiveness, feasibility, and partnerships, and I will step through each of these today. Next slide, please. The first is soak time. So soak time is the amount of time that fishing gear remains in the water between when it is first set and when it is retrieved. Soak time varies among fisheries and is dependent on the target species, the specifications of the fishing gear, and the time it takes to service gear and bring it aboard. Reducing soak time duration has the potential to reduce bycatch impacts on some species, specifically sensitive species as sharks. Currently, the California gillnet fishery does not have a maximum soak time defined in regulation. Over the next few slides, I'm going to provide some summarized figures of data that is reported to us on soak time, including the range of soak times reported through gillnet logbooks of white sea bass and California halibut broken down by range. And finally, the percent mortality based on the same range of soak times. This figure displays the range of soak times reported by the fleet on self-reported logbooks for both white sea bass and California halibut. So these are combined. The data are separated by logbooks from the outer islands compared to the mainland fishing blocks. And we can see the majority of the fleet, almost 60%, reports a 24-hour or less soak time, with another 26% of the fleet reporting between 37 and 48-hour soak time. I'm going to just pause here for a moment. Any questions from the co-chairs on this slide? Pretty self-explanatory there. Next slide, please. Moving on to look at catch numbers, department staff analyzed self-reported logbook data to compare catch rates of white sea bass and California halibut based on the hours of soak time. As you can see, for white sea bass, the number of fish per net is slightly highest within the 24-hour or less soak time, which correlates with the previous slide showing that less than 24-hour soak. Catch of white sea bass starts to decrease slightly the longer the gear is soaked on the data that we have. However, for California halibut, the number of fish per net is highest during the 25 to 36-hour soak time, and then decreases after that.
Greg, isn't it really 0 to 36 hours rather than 25 to 36? I mean, right? They're not saying that
Yes.
you don't know how much you caught in the middle, which is an
Correct.
important distinction.
Correct. So it's yes.
And catch of white sea bass actually goes down with that longer soak time.
Correct.
Can I say something? When sea bass is running, we pull them every day, so the catch is high. And when the fishery slows down, we pull them every other day. So that's why the catch is down. It's not necessarily if you leave them 2 days, you catch less fish.
Right, and nor do you catch more really, or you catch a little bit more on it per 24-hour period, right?
It just depends how the fish are running.
Right. I mean, so theoretically, you could, if you pulled it to 24 hours, put them right back in, you'd catch a little bit less. I mean, it's hard to know, but it looks like you catch a little bit less.
Yeah, it depends. Like if fish are running, you can pull every day and get a lot of fish. And when,
Right.
like I said, when it slows down,
Right.
then you can pull them every other day. And of course, there'd be less fish because the fish move around and it takes time to, get on them. And our area is so small, sometimes the fish aren't in our area. They're in the beach. We can't go in there and get them.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So finally, this figure is showing you the percent mortality of all fin fish except for with Pacific mackerel removed, as well as the percent mortality for just the elasmobranchs. So those are sharks and rays. This information is based on federal observer data. As we can see, the percent mortality increases for all fin fish as well as elasmobranchs the longer the gear is left in the water, with just a slight drop in mortality for elasmobranchs during the 49 to 56-hour soak range. This is likely due to the small sample size. So not surprisingly, the longer the nets are soaked, the higher the mortality of all species or just the elasmobranchs. And again, we removed Pacific mackerel from this because of their very high abundance and didn't want to skew the results for that species.
I have a question on that, since we're interrupting you. And so this is true mortality, because my understanding is for taupe sharks and swell sharks, the post-release survival rates are actually higher than you might think, but this is actually mortality. for the elasmobranchs.
Or are you assuming mortality for everything?
I believe this is true mortality. I think Kirsten, if you're on and able to talk.
Hi all, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we got you.
Yeah, so this is based on the observer data. So this is based on mortality when they observe the nets coming in. We don't have any information on post-release. So it's just the disposition of the fish at the time the observers, documented the data.
Okay.
Okay, next slide, please. In summary, the majority of the fleet, about 60%, reports the gear is currently serviced in 24 hours or less, including those vessels fishing at the islands. The catch of white sea bass is slightly highest in the 24-hour or less soak, although California halibut is highest between the 25 to 36-hour soak. Mortality rates for both finfish and elasmobranchs are lowest with a 36-hour or less soak time compared with longer soak periods. Some additional factors to consider when implementing a maximum soak time requirement are the additional costs to the fleet to set and retrieve gear on a more frequent schedule, both in terms of fuel costs and potential impacts to bycatch numbers. Another consideration is including a provision for when weather and sea conditions make it unsafe to retrieve gear, and there are some examples in other fisheries that have similar exemptions. Finally, enforcing a maximum soak time for gillnet fishery is challenging and will need to be supported by our law enforcement division. We're working on electronic options, and it'll likely be very difficult to effectively enforce the soak time until we can get some electronic monitoring in place, which will take some time. Next slide, please. Earmarking has been identified as an important tool to address concerns related to unidentified set gillnet gear in marine mammal entanglements. As defined in Fish and Game Code 8601.5, set gill nets are required to be marked at both ends with buoys displaying the fisherman's identification number, as well as along the cork line, also called the head rope, every 45 fathoms. Department staff have engaged several fishery participants to discuss potential options to uniquely identify California set net gear. In general, fishing gear can be marked with color patterns and lettering or numbering that is often applied to buoys or floats, that it can also include the lines or netting. Specifically for the set gillnet fleet, one viable option that has been briefly field tested is to wrap a 1-inch nylon strap around the head rope or weave it into the head rope as displayed in the photos that includes the fisherman's identification number and is a specified color. So what we've been doing working with the entanglement response teams, particularly for our Dungeness crab fishery, is try to figure out what is identified when they see an entangled whale. It's typically from a moving vessel, a drone shot, a whale watching boat. We get a picture of a whale, and then we've got to go in with our, call it our limited forensics tools to try to zoom in on this grainy picture and figure out what type of gear it is. Based on discussions with the entanglement response team and protected resources division, something like this would work pretty well because you would generally see the head rope at some point along the whale. You'd be able to see our unique color associated with that. And right now, the Dungeness crab color for California is purple. Is that right, Garrett? With purple. Or lavender or lilac. Periwinkle, maybe.
Okay, I have a question,
Yes.
actually. And so for the Dungeness crab, this periwinkle, lavender, purple, is it like every 15 fathoms or something, or is it it's the whole length of the rope?
So for Dungeness crab, what we're working on is it's going to be a black and a purple. So black is Dungeness crab, which will be consistent across all 3 West Coast states.
Uh-huh.
We are going to have a purple line wrapped around that. Of the 3-strand line, one of those lines will be purple. I think Oregon or Washington's red, and the other one's green. Yellow. Thank you. And then we're currently trying to figure out how much of that rope needs to be that color. So is it the top shot? Is it
Right.
the top 20 fathoms, the top 15 fathoms? Is it every 10 fathoms sliced in and out? And so that's still being
So that
finalized.
hasn't been sorted. Okay, that was the question that I was hoping to answer. Got it.
Next slide, please. So in conversations with the fleet, we learned that most folks purchase several years worth of net making materials such as monofilament to have available when repairs or net building is necessary. The department discussed options that would allow for the incorporation of unique identifiers into existing gear that would both reduce the time to implement as well as the cost to the permittees. We've received back from 2 permittees who have experimented with testing the additional strap material as showed in the previous photo with the addition of straps that did not interfere with the capabilities of fishing gear, which is an important consideration. Other considerations are the availability of the materials and additional costs, which are important points that industry representatives shared with the department. It'll be important to stay informed on existing color combinations in other fisheries to ensure that materials are unique to the California set gill net fishery. And I say most importantly, that those materials are available. If we set on a color, if we say we set on purple 1-inch nylon strap, we want to make sure there's enough of that material available for purchase so the whole fleet can go out and get it. The good news, this fleet's pretty small. So it's not like it's not like the Dungeness Crab fleet where there's so much more that's needed where we're running into supply issues.
One more question. As you're thinking about it for Dungeness crab, and it's different, right? Because we're not talking about huge nets. We're talking about 1 rope per trap, which does add up and it's a big fleet. How are those conversations about cost going as you think about frequency of weaving in this lavender strap, this nylon strap?
So that'd be a good question to turn to the fleet. I think the good news is this stuff's pretty cheap.
I mean, for the Dungeness crab so far,
Oh.
or how's that conversation going on costs? And
They-
are there like financing?
Yes, so we are working on supplementing some of those
Right.
costs, because we're talking for Dungeness crab, it's gonna be several millions of dollars
Yeah,
to get that rope, and then hundreds to thousands of hours of time to splice it all in. We're talking about an individual that has 600 traps. Each of those traps and splicing that in, that's a lot of time, a lot of effort.
yeah.
So by contrast, how many net sets would typical halibut fishermen have?
Ours wouldn't be a big issue.
Yeah, you got 2 or 3
Yeah,
nets.
It's just-
Yeah, it's a
Right,
small.
it's just not, okay.
So, yeah,
Okay.
so compared to that effort, this will actually be
Yeah,
relatively.
yeah,
It's just not a big deal. Okay.
But for Dungeness, there are conversations about how to finance or subsidize some of those costs for the fishery.
Yep, so we're
Gotcha.
working on trying to purchase bulk quantities of line to give to the fleet, and then also to minimize waste, right? If the line they have is currently good, we don't want them to swap it all out immediately. So we're looking at, can we dye the line? Can we paint the line as a temporary solution until they need to replace that line with the new line that will come in? So we're looking at all angles. There's questions about paint and whether that will hold up and can enforcement. So this is gonna be a learning curve. I don't expect we'll get it right out of the gates, which is, we rarely do. But if we're asking someone to spend a lot of money and a lot of time, we want to make sure we get as close to right as we can.
And what are some of the sources for that funding that you all are looking at?
So current sources for funding, the department has some internal whale entanglement funding that we received from the Newsom administration and the legislature. OPC has a pot of whale entanglement funding. So those are 2 of the primary sources that we're looking at right now.
Perfect.
And I can put a cookie jar out too, if anyone wants to donate. We can have a bake sale. All sources welcome.
Well, I'm just thinking about, I mean, those are both whale entanglement pots of money, and that's not the main thing that we're talking about here. And so I'm just curious about whether some of those same pots of money would be available for this fleet. Maybe not, or if we'd have to think creatively about other sources of funding.
We've talked about that. I think it's viable. I think, again, the good news, we're not talking about a huge capital outlay.
Right.
Nylon straps are relatively inexpensive, in the hundreds of dollars range, not the tens of thousands.
And if there's gonna be an entanglement, it's likely to be with the cork line, right? I mean, there are 2 lines. What are the lines coming down from the cork line, either side?
There's 1 cork line and 1 lead line, the web in the middle.
I
But
think the next slide actually showed that. I'm sorry, maybe I jumped again a little bit here.
Well, this is, so this, next slide, please. But yeah, so generally what we found that if there's an entanglement, we're likely to see the cork line at some point on the animal. And again, we're relying on the expertise of the whale entanglement response teams and the Protected Resources Division to tell us what they think will be appropriate, both for Dungeness crab and for this, to ensure that we know when it's one of our fisheries, or more importantly, when it's not one of our fisheries. Okay, and then finally, mesh depth. This was an industry proposed recommendation, so just want to acknowledge that and thank industry for proposing this. Fish and Game Code establishes specific dimensions for mesh size and the length for the California halibut fishery and minimum mesh size for the white sea bass fishery. However, there are no standards for maximum net height or mesh depth, known as the distance between the cork line or the head rope and the lead line or the foot rope for either California halibut or white sea bass. In discussions with permittees, a standard net height for all set net gill nets is a management measure that has potential to reduce bycatch, and more importantly, would reduce expansion of the size of the gear in the water. For the California halibut fishery, a maximum of 25 meshes net height, and for the white sea bass fishery, a maximum of 50 meshes set net height has received support from industry representatives. Next slide, please.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen, I know that in reading some of the NGO letters, it sounds like maybe some folks think this won't create a reduction in bycatch. What does the department think about that?
So I don't think it would create a specific reduction in current levels of bycatch, but it would prevent an expansion.
Yeah.
So this is locking in. It's our understanding that generally I'm looking at the fleet now, most of the nets are configured this way. So this would lock in the standard net configuration that's used and prevent anyone from fishing a bigger net
I
down the
see.
road.
Gotcha.
Can we just clarify that I don't think the NGO said that we don't think that it's gonna reduce bycatch. I think the idea was that I don't think there's a lot of good data on this, so it's more of an unknown. So it very
Gotcha.
well might, but we just don't know. And so that could be something that could be worth monitoring to see.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jeff.
Yeah.
And we have had a request, I just want to acknowledge that was Jeff Chester from Oceana. We have had on the line, folks are on Zoom asking, could folks identify themselves as they're speaking because they can't see us in the room? This is Melissa, Executive Director of Fishing Game Commission. That was Jeff Chester. And then we've had one of our gill net fishermen also contributing to the conversation. And we'll try and identify ourselves as we move forward.
Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Gear loss reporting. So Fish and Game Code already establishes a mandatory reporting requirement for any set net gear that is unrecoverable to be reported to the department. If any lost or abandoned net gear is recovered by the department or person designated by the department, the commission may require the owner to pay all recovery costs, and the commission may revoke the owner's permit for failure to comply with the statute. As the department considers and discusses electronic monitoring, this law will become more easily enforceable with potentially real-time information that is accessible to our law enforcement division and department scientists. So this law is already on the books. I think we can tighten it up a little bit working with our fleet. I know the fleet doesn't want to lose their gear. That's time, effort, and money.
Right.
It does happen from time to time. And so this is something we can certainly tighten up over time as we get better data. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Marine Region staff have been working with consultants to develop a structured, consistent approach for examining data collection strategies for fisheries that currently have or have been identified as needing logbooks, electronic monitoring, and electronic reporting. Because of the high demand for verifiable data on bycatch and protected species interactions and information on fishing activities, the department is recommending consideration of an electronic logbook in combination with monitoring and reporting to meet data collection objectives for the California set gill net fishery. We have identified key data needs for management purposes for the California set gill net fishery that could be captured with a combination of an electronic logbook, observer coverage, and electronic monitoring program. There are several vendors that offer sensors, data loggers, and tracking system technology that could potentially achieve our data objectives outlined above. We'll provide some considerations for electronic logbook and observer coverage. Next slide, please. We've been learning from recent experiences in the box crab experimental fishery, where the department explored the application of 2 different electronic monitoring technologies, as well as in the Dungeness crab fishery, which will be implementing electronic monitoring in this upcoming crab season. A few of the main considerations that have been identified include establishing a regulatory mandate for all vessels to install electronic monitoring on their vessels and the amount of time to allow the fleet to transition to the new equipment. The Dungeness crab fleet was provided about 3 years to transition to the vessel monitoring system technology that will provide spatially specific location information, and that is starting this season. Another major consideration is the cost of the equipment for initial setup and any ongoing costs, such as battery replacement and subscriptions to computer software data plans. Costs can vary significantly depending on the manufacturer and sophistication of the gear. The federal groundfish electronic monitoring systems range from $8,000 to $10,000 for initial setup, followed by approximately $5,000 per year or more. These systems do not include camera on onboard vessels or in the nets. In the box cap fishery, the camera technology costs about $13,000 per vessel, with additional annual costs related to video review and data assimilation. A less sophisticated system that records soak time, location, depth, and temperature is estimated at about $4,000 for initial setup, and some ongoing costs related to battery and/or equipment replacements. I'd like to mention there are data-related and timing challenges presented by adopting new electronic technologies. In the box crab and Dungeness crab fisheries, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission is contracted to review and assimilate the data that it gets provided to the department staff. The amount of time the data available varies between 24 hours for vessel tracking in the Dungeness crab fishery to 2 to 3 months in the box crabs fishery to receive the summarized data from the video footage. The handling of enormous amounts of data collected by electronic monitoring involves additional staff capacity, confidentiality agreements, and timing considerations for both enforcement and fishery management decisions. Next slide, please. Let's summarize this a little bit here. There we go. There are multiple vendors that offer electronic monitoring systems that require research into which ones meet the department's and the fleet's needs, including a fishery profile to help inform vendor specifications. The fishery profile will identify the existing technology and/or connectivity on the vessels, the number of crew, and the equipment used, such as hydraulics, to help inform the type of electronic technology that is feasible. There are competitive funding opportunities that support initiatives to improve the quality and effectiveness of collecting, reporting, and managing fisheries-dependent data. These funding opportunities offer the financial means for participating set gillnet permittees to test an electronic monitoring system on their vessel in collaboration with the department. So in short, a number of grant opportunities that we're eyeing, and as soon as we get some details, we can start pursuing those to help support this. Next slide, please. Observer coverage. Fisheries observers are the eyes and ears on the water to independently collect fisheries data, including spatial information, gear configuration, effort, bycatch, including discards. In the California Set Gillnet fishery, the West Coast Observer Program, managed by NOAA Southwest Fisheries Science Center, places NOAA fisheries trained observers on board vessels to primarily monitor the incidental capture of marine mammals, sea turtles, and seabirds. Fisheries observers are deployed under the authority of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the Endangered Species Act, and the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries and Conservation Management Act. For the California Set Gillnet fishery, the WICROP spanned the years from 1990 to 2017. During that time, the program was active for 15 of the 27-year time frame, which coverage less than 15% for the California Set Gillnet fishery. Federal observer coverage ceased in 2017 due to staff capacity, funding, and higher risk to marine mammals from other priority fisheries. The department has discussed with NOAA staff the opportunity to reinitiate the Federal Observer Program for the California Set Gillnet fishery as early as 2025, and this would be depending on staff capacity and funding. We're also exploring conducting a pilot observer project in conjunction with electronic monitoring that would be fully state-run. Next slide, please. Non-transferable permits. In 1989, the California legislature established a revocable non-transferable permit to be issued by the department for the use of gill and trammel nets for commercial purposes. In 1992, the legislature created section 8681.5, which established the ability for any person who has an existing valid permit issued to transfer that permit to any person otherwise qualified. The commission implemented regulations in section 174 of Title 14 California Code of Regulations that describes the permit requirement and qualifications of an applicant for a gill or trammel net permit, among other details. In the past 6 years, the department has received 6 requests to transfer gill net permit. Limitations on transfers could help guard against increased effort and reduce effort in the gill net fishery over time. Currently, the commission does not have clear authority to promulgate regulations governing the transfer and renewal of commercial gill net permits that would allow the prohibition, limitation, and or restriction of this gear type. Next slide, please. White sharks. So this table,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
If we go back, I'm Mike Flynn, I'm a permit holder. This non-transferable permit, what is, have you implemented it to be non-transferable, or what's the status on that? Because it's basically for us, it's like a piece of stock for, if we're gonna either pass it on next generation or, you know, when we retire, so. What's the status on that?
so it has not been implemented yet. So that's a tool in the potential toolbox if the commission wants to limit activity over time, wants to slow down transfers of permits at some point. So it's up for discussion today.
It's one of the management measures, like all these others, that's being discussed today.
Okay.
David Hayward, I had a question. You said there's been 6 transfers in 6 years. So, you know, I don't see a problem there. And then I see a problem with the youth, the younger fishermen, if they have no future. Everything's limited entry basically right now, and permits, limited entry permits right now go 3,000 to, let's say, $2 million, depending on what the fishery is. So this gives younger fishermen an opportunity to fish. And as a fisherman in a smaller boat, you need to fish many different fisheries, so you have to have multiple permits. So I think it'd be a big mistake.
Yeah, let's let Craig finish up his presentation on this. More questions about it. It was a good question. They're transferable now. Discussion is whether they'll continue to be that way. And we'll have that discussion after.
Okay,
The
thank you.
presentation is done.
All right, white sharks. So Fish and Game Code provides for the incidental take of white sharks by commercial fishing operations using set nets, drift gill nets, or round haul nets. This table shows commercial landings of white sharks between 2000 and 2022. Nearly all landings came from set gill nets, with a total of 89 individuals landed in this time frame. In years where fewer than 3 individuals landings were made, the information is confidential and is displayed as less than 3. Landings where the use code has been identified as scientific on the landing receipts are shown in the far right-hand column. These are the portion of landings, I'll skip that part. There's a significant increase in landings from 2009 to 2010, accounting for more than 30% of landings. These landings can be mostly attributed to scientific collections during that time frame.
So I've got a question, Craig. You know, one of the reasons that this legislation regarding white sharks exists, I think, is so that there can be white sharks used for scientific research. But even though there have been some white sharks caught, there haven't been any used for scientific research since 2012. And I just wondered why that is.
So that'd be a good question for the researchers. So it's my understanding that there's two things that occur. One is if a white shark is caught and it's alive, there's an agreement, and the fishermen will know this better than I do, agreement with the researchers come out and tag that shark and they let it go. So it's not landed, it's not reflected on this table,
But it may have been tagged.
but they likely have been tagged.
Right, no, these are actually
These
landed
are
ones.
landed, dead,
Yeah.
landed white shark. The statute also allows landing of dead white sharks and sale to the market.
Yeah.
That's currently allowed in statute. So whether they're sold to the market for human consumption or sold for research, these very well could have been sold for research, and that box just wasn't checked on the landing receipt. We don't know.
Yeah.
There's a question over here.
Question, Asia Hudson, Environmental Defense Center. Just out of curiosity, is there any, do you know if this is like juvenile, young of year, all adult? Like, do you know if there's any distinction for that?
Not in our landing records, no.
When I was working with Monterey Bay Aquarium in the, 2009, 8, till 12, when they, canceled the program, and we were catching juvenile great white sharks, feeding them, and then transferring them to the aquarium. So that was part of the research, and they, ended that program probably then. That's why it's not happening.
So overall, the numbers are.
I would say your question, that's something maybe we should ask to get more information on over time. Have that recorded.
I think I talked to
And you
Chris
are?
Lowe. Oh, sorry. I am Kinsey Matthews. And we talked to Chris Lowe and he said that most of what's being landed is juvenile white sharks and that the adults wouldn't really get caught in the
Okay.
cycle net. They would kind of just push through.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, next slide, please. So spatial temporal closures are another management measure that was discussed. And are used to implement bans on fishing activities defined by space and or time. The purpose is to limit fishing effort to accomplish a specific management objective, such as reduced interactions with specific bycatch species, such as marine mammals or species at high risk of discard and bycatch mortality. It is important to keep in mind that spatial and temporal management actions need to be responsive to changing species distributions and fisheries operations, or else they may unnecessarily restrict fishing activities or cause unintended biologic and socioeconomic impacts due to lost fishing opportunities and reduced bycatch of target species. Implementing a closure in an area where fisheries monitoring is minimal can pose additional challenges for compliance and enforcement. Determining the appropriate size or season is difficult, and significant research about location and level of bycatch on various spatial and temporal scales is necessary before implementing other management measures that substantially reduce bycatch and bycatch mortality may reduce the utility of the time area closure. Next slide, please. Stakeholder discussion. So department staff, I just want to give a shout out to Kirsten and her team. They've done a lot of work talking to folks. Had discussions with National Marine Fisheries Service, Protected Resources Division, the West Coast Regional Observer Program. Had 2 public workshops with GillNet representatives, one in Santa Barbara that was very well attended last week, 2 weeks ago, last week, and one last night here in San Diego. Discussions with commission staff, discussions with NGO representatives, and these have helped to inform the recommendations that I will present to you now. Next slide, please. So in the near term, we're proposing MRC support of I call it an immediate term regulatory package that would include a soak time, gear marking, and mesh depth. And then also start working on non-regulatory pilot projects to look into electronic logbooks and electronic monitoring, and try to get some observers on these vessels to try to get some near-time data as to what's actually happening. Again, as we've talked about at the last meeting, the data that we have on bycatch is pretty old and stale. So let's get some real-time data and let's see, one, is this a problem? If it's a problem, let's identify what the problem is, and then let's find some tools to fix the problem. But I think, as I said at the last meeting, it doesn't seem that bad based on the data that we have. And so we think these near-term regulatory measures are a good first step. Next slide, please. And there's just some links for more information. And again, just want to thank the team, thank the fishing representatives that worked with the NGO. Melissa, your staff have been great. So law enforcement's been involved in a number of discussions. So it's been a team effort to get to this point.
Great, thanks. It looks to me like you've broken it down into 2 groups of things. There's the near term, which is the markings, the soak time, and the mesh, and then the observer logging and electronic logging. The 3rd group is the transfer white shark issue and spatial and temporal. And it seems that when I first say that on the white shark issue, that's really for the legislature. That's, as you pointed out, that's in statute. I don't think a lot of discussion here is worthwhile. I mean, certainly we can have it, but it's not our domain really to work on that so much, unless I'm incorrect.
I think that's true, but I think it would be good to, I'm sure if folks are going to go to the legislature, they might want to know if we hate it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you put it much more directly and precisely the matter. Yeah, that's my idea. We can discuss a little bit, but it's really just to know how we feel about it. That we don't have the decision making capability over it. The transfer question is a bigger question, and I don't think we're addressing that here today. And that's not what we can. Do we want this? Is the policy of the commission, which I'm not saying it is, to solely eliminate this gear type? I don't think that's a core part of our discussion today. It's a bigger discussion that is not, I don't think, really on the agenda right now. And the spatial and temporal depends, I think, on the 2nd group, which is the log books and and any kind of advanced methods we have, whether it's electronic or otherwise, or more observers. So I think you broke it down. Well, I just want to point out that other group of things is kind of follow either on our domain or follow the other two steps.
Yeah, so again, I think three bins, as you pointed out, we've got, as we've thinking about, we've got the near-term regulatory package that, you know, we could potentially pursue immediately,
Right.
assuming we can sort out the soak time and the gear marking requirements, and I think we're pretty close on that. The legislative piece, so that's the white shark. We'll probably hear about black sea bass has also been to that wasn't specifically asked for, so we didn't, but that's also a legislative exemption, and we know there's been some comments on that. And then authority for transferability. So right now, the commission does not have authority to restrict, control, adjust, transfer of those permits. So that might be something the commission wants to seek from the legislature.
Right.
We had talked about in the past, as we've done before, we have put a pause on transfers while we gather these additional data, as opposed to, ceasing them entirely or letting them go unrestricted. So, but without the authority, it's out of your hands.
Remind me, how many permits are there total?
There's about 100 total permits across both fisheries. Kirsten, chime in if I'm not getting this right, and then about 20 active.
20 active. Okay.
So there's a lot of latent capacity out there. This isn't an easy fishery to get into. The fishermen will be the first to tell us that, right? It's a lot of gear, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of know-how. It's not like picking up a rod and reel and going out fishing, right? You got to know what you're doing. You got to be invested in the right type of boat, the right type of equipment. So I don't think we have major concerns about huge increases in capacity, but whenever you get new entrants into a fishery, generally they're going to fish pretty hard because they've got some capital they need to recover.
But if you look at the numbers this way, 80% of them aren't used, which could be transferred into somebody who does want to use them. So that latent amount, I'm sure none of the existing fishermen want that any more than we do. That's not more competition, but that's one concern. The question of latent versus active permits is something worth discussing, I think. And then just based on the number that I heard was, it sounds like 5% or one a year, basically 1 year for each. 6 have transferred over 6 years, so roughly 1 a year, which would make it 5% of the active active licenses transfer a year. Relatively small amount.
And if I might, sorry, you're not president here. You're co-chair here. You're co-chair. The other thing, and I think this was noted earlier by a comment, is that, especially with the smaller fisheries, oftentimes those fishermen have many permits, because when one fishery is not doing well, they're going to be fishing elsewhere, et cetera. And so oftentimes, and we've seen this throughout the years, in fact, even during the MPA planning process, this was a big issue, is the fact that a lot of fishermen have these permits that they're in their back pocket in case they need them, but they often don't use them. And so I think that's my understanding is that's one of the things we're seeing here, is a lot of fishermen with those permits, but they're there as a back pocket option.
Although, from what Greg is saying, what we know about this fleet is that people don't tend to jump in because this is an expensive one to just start up. So it's not one that people are just pulling out of their back pocket and using willy-nilly.
Nick, novel fisherman, out of the 80 permits that aren't used, most of them aren't transferable because they don't meet the requirements to transfer them. If you have to fish, I think, so many years of the last 10.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So they're like dead permits unless they get a doctor's note or something.
Okay.
And there's ways to get around, but usually they're
Pretty
not.
minimal. Okay, that's really helpful. Because I think it's something worth looking at. I mean, I think everybody in this room would agree that we don't want those 80 permits to start fishing all of a sudden. That would not be good.
Neil Guglielmo, commercial fisherman. Years ago in the department, if you didn't use your lobster permit for 3 years and had a certain amount of land, it was not transferable. That was the way to do it, and then do the same thing with that. The ones who are utilizing it, it's fine, it's transferable, but the ones who are not, they were out, just overnight.
They can still use them, but they can't transfer.
They can't transfer them.
Right. So you could have them so they expire. That's another option as well,
Right.
but they're not transferable, which means that they effectively expire with the passing of that.
But I also hear Craig saying we don't currently have that authority for these permits.
Right.
So one avenue could be to seek that authority and then have that discussion.
Right. Or say to the legislature, we care about this. So let's adjust this to the reality.
But David Hayworth again. If you take permits that people have paid for years and aren't using them, they might have to go back to that fishery. What if you guys shut down the Dungeness crab fishery? Some of those guys might have to go netting.
They might.
And so you're taking it away. So, basically kind of what I've heard is, hey, we want to kill this fishery. And I don't think that's.
Yeah, I don't,
Not from these.
Not-
folks.
Yeah, but
Yes,
I'm
and
saying
don't-
I've heard it. And so I'm just saying you need to protect the people that the fishermen here, we need protection. And so to put more restrictions, take stuff away from us when we're not using it, is wrong. And so to make it so that you can't transfer it, you want to transfer it to your son, or the son wants to transfer to his parents, or however it is, or, you know, there's people in the fishing industry right now that are getting squeezed. So don't take away stuff that we already have for no reason.
Understood. And again, it's really not our authority to do unless we ask for it. I don't think that needs to be a big part of our discussion. I think what we're looking now is how to reduce bycatch in this fishery.
Yeah,
That's our primary goal,
I
right?
was gonna say, if we wanted to kill the fishery, we wouldn't be spending all this time on talking about management's measures and regulations and ways to keep fishermen fishing. I think it's premature to talk about the transferability issue, which I think was a recommendation from both the department and the
Yeah.
commission staff. I think it's good to have this preliminary conversation, but I think it's early to really have any kind of decisive conversation.
Well, exactly. And that was my point about that group, of the third group, is that all of that kind of, we can talk about it, but I think what we really want to do is focus on the immediate issues that we can address, because it makes some of these other issues, you know, possibly, hopefully move.
And gathering more data and information, which is what the
For-
second bin is for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So please, no,
One more on this subject.
You bet,
What-
please.
What is the
Say your
current-
name again. I'm sorry.
Mike Flynn.
Thanks, Mike.
What is the current status on the transferability right at this point, right now?
Sorry.
I think we heard that you can transfer them
They're-
if they're
Really
active.
hard to.
It's hard.
Transfer with limits.
Transfer limits, there you go. You can't transfer them, and what I've heard today for the person that I didn't know before is that if you don't use them, you can't transfer them.
Yeah,
with
there's
certain
specific,
conditions.
specific criteria outlined in Fish and Game Code and in Title 14 that have to be met before a permit can be transferred.
Which generally, this is Melissa, generally, if someone is actively fishing that permit, they're gonna meet those requirements, generally.
This one is uniquely complex and cloudy, I would say.
Okay. So you-
And to be clear, we haven't even gone to public comments on this agenda item yet. So, yeah, to the discussion, we're just sort of wrapping up the presentation from Craig.
Yeah.
So there's still
Seems like we've been having the
so
conversation.
there is plenty of opportunity to
this.
talk about this.
Yeah.
It's only just about to start.
Yeah, but I was just kind of setting the table a little bit so we can focus on
Yeah.
what we can most accomplish today, which is that, you know, and I'll get a list of the, you know, the marking, soak time, mesh are the three issues that I suggest we talk about first. Resolve those and then get into the question of observer and logs. All right, so with that, Craig, do you have anything else you want to add, or
No,
Kinsey or Melissa, anything else? And Kristen, anything else you want to add? I know, I hate to,
Sounds so sick.
I know, I hate to even ask, but is there anything you want to add?
I think she's good.
No.
Okay,
I'm
we'll take
good.
that as a no.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
She's not good.
And sorry, you're not good. You'll feel better. Okay, so I'm gonna open the floor. We intend for these to be discussions. Again, we don't make decisions here. We make recommendations to the full commission. And so this is really about being able to have an opportunity to have a real dialogue.
And we do have someone who on Zoom has had their hand raised for quite a
thank
while,
you.
who wanted to contribute to the
Excellent.
conversation. No,
Yeah,
and so since we have heard from a number of folks in the room, if we could go to Terry, that would be great.
Let's
So-
do that.
So Terry Shore, and ask you to unmute if you'd like to ask your question now.
Are we in the public comment, period now, or do?
It's the public conversation.
Yeah, we don't do that formally here the way we do at the commission meeting. We open the topic, as soon as the presentation is over, we talk about it. So yes, please go ahead.
Okay, well, I will offer my comments then. Thank you so much. Good morning, Commissioner Sklar and Marie, staff and members of the public. So I do have comments. My name is Terry Shore. I'm on the board of directors of Turtle Island Restoration Network, or TURN. So TURN supports the implementation and a timeline for all the 11 new management measures that were proposed by MRC back in August for the California halibut and white sea bass at gillnet fisheries, in order to reduce the high levels of bycatch that result in the discard and death of dozens of non-target fish and marine species, including sharks, giant sea bass, ray rays, whales, sea lions, and highly endangered sea turtles. First and foremost, urgent consideration and action must be given to MRC's suggested Measure 8 for potential limits on permit transferability and or retiring latent permits. To that turn would add a sunset date for all permits, and if legislation is required, which sounds like it will be, we urge you to support it and work with the legislature. And I do have a couple of specific requests, as the goal here is to reduce bycatch. If you could please provide an estimate of the amount of bycatch that will be reduced by the proposed measures, and to clarify if the three priority measures recommended are the most effective for reducing bycatch. Also, if you could please clarify what you mean by choosing these measures based as congruently feasible. I was looking for that language and what that actually meant, and it doesn't appear in the Marine Life Protection Act or the 2018 Master Plan for Fisheries. So those two clarifications: how will these measures reduce bycatch and how much? And what do you mean by congruently feasible? As you all know, we are in a climate crisis and our oceans are in trouble, so we urge you to take bold action and recommend the use of alternative gears with less bycatch. That seems like a really good solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Greg, I mean, I think we're all looking around the room puzzled over the issue of this, the congruent issue question.
So I don't recall where that came up.
And the staff summary, I can answer that if you want to answer the first question.
Okay, so when you go to the first one,
So the first question was reducing bycatch. So if we go back to the slide on soak time, that is, I'm sorry. Soak time mortality, slide 7. That shows the estimated bycatch mortality rates associated with the different soak time. Can't you guys see it there? It's right here on my screen. So basically the shorter the soak time, the less mortality. We can put that slide back.
Yeah, I would like to put that slide back up because I think, again, I think that you can, like any set of statistics, you can look at it in a different way.
Yeah, I think it's also important to think about what are our goals here. And I think as we pointed out at the last meeting, we're working in a very data poor environment.
Right.
There's not a lot of effort, right? We got 20 people fishing in a very constrained area. So when this fishery is just a shell of what it formerly was, right? It had a lot more effort, it had a lot more area. When I was talking to Kirsten the other day, I was like thinking about, in the early 90s, the legislature probably declared that bycatch was unacceptable and took very massive action to restrict this fishery. You guys, a lot of you felt the pain of that, got moved to a much smaller area. And right now what we see, yes, there is bycatch, but on the grand scheme of things, from the department standpoint, we don't see this as having a negative impact on the ecosystem in California. So then what are our goals here? Yes, we don't like bycatch, we want to reduce it, but we're not trying to eliminate it entirely. We're trying to understand it. So reducing soak time to a level that allows the fleet to continue to fish, still reduces bycatch, prohibits extended soak times, which they're not going to do anyway, seems like an easy first step.
Right.
This is not the right slide, though.
Yeah.
This is,
Next
this is
slide.
not, yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry, slide
it's okay.
7.
There you go.
There you
That's the one. So, I mean, it's a policy question, right? And to your point, Craig, this is about goals, right? So mortality for fish in elasmobranchs does go up a little when soak time changes from 24 to 20 or to 36 hours. But California halibut catch declines significantly as soak time goes down from 36 to 24 hours. It jumps down by like half, right? So that's why this is a policy decision that we're making, trying to weigh two things at the same time.
The previous slide that shows catch.
Right.
That's what we're trying to weigh. Like, there's no point in changing the soak time to something where fishermen aren't catching any fish.
Right, but I want to point out that this really is cumulative. And
Sure.
And so, right, it's 0 to 24, it's 0 to 36, it's 0 to 48, and 0 to
Sure.
greater than 49. So if you take, so if we eliminate over 37, right, where the catch goes down, right? And so we take those out and we're just looking at up to 36 hours. If you actually did 2 24-hour periods, you'd actually probably catch more fish because you'd be going up to a total of 48 hours, right?
I think that's unknowable.
I think part of the challenge, and I'll,
I know-
but so when they're setting their gear longer, the catch isn't as good. So they're gonna catch fewer fish. So if they went and checked that net on a 48-hour set after 24 hours, there might only be 3 fish in it.
Right, we don't know. This doesn't tell us that. And so you're right, it doesn't tell us the full picture. Part of the goal is to get more information, but I'm just saying that putting your net in twice for 24 hours may reduce mortality, even though you end with 2 24-hour periods, you get the same amount of fish. Now, I understand that that's a vast oversimplification, that you have to maybe reset in a different location. You may not get a hit once you're in a place and you've found the fish,
Right.
You're much more likely to catch more fish. But I'm saying, and so this is not complete information. It doesn't allow us to fully know what we need to know to
And
make
it's,
a perfect
it's
decision.
incomplete on both sides, right?
Always
Because
is.
even on the elasmo rank, this is based on mortality witnessed by observers, but we actually don't, like,
We don't.
I think there is information that suggests that there is some post-release survival for swell sharks and taupe sharks that is not captured in this other slide too. So it's incomplete on both sides. That's why we want more
More
data.
data, exactly.
Yeah.
Please.
Saku Chima here, I'm a commercial fisherman, Dylan fisherman down here in San Diego. Well, 48 hours and stuff. Sometimes like our fuel costs and everything, it's easier to go every other day because you gotta remember, like, if we go every day, sometimes it's not worth it because you don't catch as much fish, so you're not making as much money. And like at the end of the day, it's just money and that we want to catch fish, sell to people. So 48 hours will help us more than like, because sometimes it's just not good on one day shift and you want to go 2 days instead, so it's just easier and fuel costs and everything.
And carbon footprint.
You have to consider it's not like you had to go to work every day and put $100 in your tank to go to work and come back. That's minimum what it is, even for a small boat right now.
Especially right now.
That's a big consideration.
About well under 10 people, it's like 10 people online that would like to contribute to the conversation. Maureen, would you like to take over? Oh,
Wait,
sorry. hold on.
anybody else in the room wants to speak before we go to the people online? Please, please.
Nick Guglielmo, most of the gill netters are in favor of a hourly soak time. We prefer less than 48 hours. That way people don't let them set longer. Unless weather permitting.
Please, Scott.
Hey, everybody, Scott Webb with Resource Renewal Institute. Yeah, I guess kind of go into the conversation mode. Love the MRC for that. First, want to thank the gill letters for you guys coming. Nick and Nicholas Consino, learned a lot from you guys and appreciate you making time to do that. And really appreciate you guys in this dialogue. This is great that we're getting management discussions instead of just kind of bickering about data. It's fantastic. Do agree with Dr. Schumann that this is a data deficient fishery, so it's exciting to hear that we already initiated an observer program. That's fantastic. From at least my perspective, at least, we put together 11 management measures, and the ones proposed right now, besides soak time, none of them will actually reduce bycatch. This is the only thing that we're actually proposing that will meaningfully reduce bycatch right now. So I know I feel like right now looking at this 24-hour period is a good first step, at least that we'd like to see. I do believe that President Sklar is iterative. Yeah, I think I just want to also keep the scope of this conversation, this is the whole testimony, but if we could at least like focus discussion on this near-term package and what we get done today, and maybe have like scheduled next MRC potential where we have jurisdiction in legislative stuff in the white shark in the permit, but for now we can keep this dialogue more focused on what we get done today. Yeah, it's a starting point conversation.
Yeah. Kirsten, I'm really sorry that you're sick. I'm really looking forward to meeting you today. Finally.
And introduce yourself.
My name is Caitlin Burge, Pacific Marine Scientist with Oceana. So thanks, Kirsten, for all the work you've done and you and your team. And thanks, Dr. Schumann, for the presentation today. As indicated in our letter, Oceana's letter, we're supportive of the department's initial packages that are proposed today. And we're also supportive of the department's decision to update the management of the fleet in both the halibut portion and white sea bass portions of the fleets. We urge the MRC today to advance the phase 1 regulatory package, which is the phase with the maximum soak time, mesh depth limits, and earmarking at this meeting without delay. And we hope to see at the March MRC meeting more discussion on the observers and pilot EM programs and portions, so we could further flesh that out at the March MRC meeting. Currently, in both the near term and phase 2 package, there aren't any measures that directly reduce bycatch, but as Dr. Schumann said in the presentation, the maximum soak time is the only measure that has the potential to reduce bycatch mortality. So active gear tending is a key regulatory requirement in a lot of fixed gear fisheries, and we hope to see a 24-hour soak time maximum set today at this meeting. We're also supportive of the improved gear marking. However, we're concerned the current proposed gear marking won't sufficiently address unknown gill net entanglements. And we think this improvement is a really good first step, but we hope to see more robust gear marking, including the uniquely colored lines, mesh, and floats phased in as new gear is purchased going forward. And again, we asked the MRC to finalize this near-term package today and then recommend that CDF&W initiate rulemaking so that we can then focus on observer coverage, electronic monitoring, and pilot programs at the March MRC meeting. This timeline also enhances our ability to advocate for state budget funding in 2024 that supports these management measures, particularly the observers and EM components. Thanks for everyone's time and work on this. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kim. Greg.
Yeah, Greg Helms with Ocean Conservancy. I haven't been immersed in the back and forth of the conversations in depth, but I do have some observations. I tend to agree that on the near term options that you're considering, that soak time is where it's at in terms of making a difference. I tend to think that the graphs in terms of survivability and catch are pretty they represent what data we can get. It's pretty coarse, and it's based on the existing the existing rules and how people have their business models, their fishing strategies set up around those rules. So there's a lot more to learn. Definitely points to the importance of observer and electronic monitoring and getting more information moving forward. But you know, sorting the data that we do have, I really lean towards the far left end of that range. Around 24 seems to make the most sense to me. See what happens. Observers and basically I think you'll get a lot of fishing practices that will improve catch and you know, consistent with really hitting a sweet spot in terms of conservation. The rest of the items are around getting more information, which is crucial in this fishery and in the other fisheries. I think the department getting capacity and access both to routine observer data, but also the ability to have a program where you can go out and answer specific questions that you have is hugely important. And so all for it, both on the observer sides and the electronic monitoring sides. Hopefully, Craig, I'm not like over expecting what observer programs can do for us. I know that, you know, it's easy to over hope and so on, but very important stuff. Gear marking is a big piece of the near-term issue, and so I just hope that we give it a real chance to work. We don't end up with you know, pieces of net that's entangled where we don't have the marker there. So I just urge you to make sure it's thorough enough. And then a lot of the questions that should conclude with a lot of these questions longer term are about the intersection between transferability, restricted access, capacity goals, and so on. And those will be questions we'll confront over and over again as we go through these, as we look at like what's available to fishermen as climate change and coastal community needs sort of shift and resettle and so on. One question I think we should start, and again, maybe it's being answered in places that I'm not seeing it, but there are a lot of ways to catch fish, both halibut, white sea bass, and everything else. And it'd be good to kind of really reflect on, you know, what are the gear types that we have, what are the gear types that we might explore, and so on, to help inform the question of sort of those three levers that you have: restricted access, permit transferability, and like how you manage your capacity goals. So I'll leave it at that.
Can I just say something real fast? If we do the 24-hour soak, why have the observer program? Were they going to observe? There's not a 48-hour or 24. Were they going to compare it with?
I'm gonna take these last two, and then we're gonna go to the online. Go ahead, please.
The 24-hour will really work because like 48 hours, some days I'll set my nets one day, then the next day I'm gonna go crab fishing or something, and then the next day after that I'll go, because I can't do everything in one day at a time, it just doesn't work, so you need time to be able to like, say you wanna go do this day, you set your nets this day, you can't, you're not gonna go pull tomorrow, you're gonna go fish something else, and the next day you're gonna pull your nets, so you need to have time to do other stuff.
Jeff.
Thanks. Jeff Chester with Oceana. Just wanted to just raise a couple points that I think are just really important to think about in terms of a potential MRC recommendation. One of them we did hear and wanted to acknowledge the department is actually working with NIMS to resume that federal observer program. So if the MRC can actually explicitly voice support for that action happening, that could be really helpful in trying to get the existing observer program going while we hopefully in March have a discussion about scoping out a state program. And we put a lot of work into this. We had an intern over the summer that worked on a whole report scoping out what that might look like. And we're committed to trying to work through that, and really wanted to acknowledge the department for thinking through that as kind of a next step on this. So it's not just this near-term package. On the issue of the sharks and the soak time issue, we've seen in the observer data that there's a big difference among species in terms of the mortality and how they respond to different soak times. Species like swell shark happen to be very robust, and that's one of the most common species that's caught, and even with a longer soak time seem to still have fairly high survivorship. It's taupe sharks and white sharks we really see, and we've talked with some researchers indicating with data that's been published that the mortality differences really have the biggest effect from the 0 to 24 range. And so many fisheries like in Australia, set gill net fishery, where they had a lot of shark issues, they're looking at things like 8-hour, 12-hour, or 18-hour soak time. So you're just doing like a night or a day period when it's daylight and not a full 24, and they've seen dramatic reductions in mortality as a result. So I just wanted to kind of put in there that the weather exemption and the illness is a part of how this would work so that we can accommodate other issues, and just wanted to kind of voice that we believe 24 is sort of a middle ground area, given that we don't want to have too much impact on the fleet, and we recognize that. But in terms of actually seeing benefits to the species that we're most concerned about, a lower soak time really is the critical piece that is being considered right now. As you can see, like in the Lions paper that was submitted, and we talked about it in the last meeting, they actually looked at set and drift gill nets and the differences in mortality for white sharks, and that's where they really saw a big difference was a major drop off in survivorship after the 24-hour period. Thank you.
So let's go to one more.
Hi all, Laurel Irvine from Los Angeles based organization Shark Allies. I'd just like to echo with strong importance everything that Jeff has said about soak times. We're particularly concerned about the bycatch of elasmobranch species. And we want to say thank you very much for all of your time and consideration on this issue.
Thank you. Okay, let's go on online.
There might be other people on the line.
I'm sorry, there's not a hand up. Okay, go ahead.
I'll be really quick, keep it super brief. Hi, I'm Emily Parker, marine scientist with Field of Bay, and just wanted to express Field of Bay's support for the regulatory package, the phase 1 package that's been presented today. I'll keep it brief. A lot of the really good comments have already been made, but wanted to also express our support for the 24-hour soak time as well. And also recognize, again, this is a data poor situation that we're in. And so we obviously also support the continued data gathering and the future options that have been before today. So keep it brief.
Please.
Hi, Jorge Toledo, from Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I would like to address the soak time limits. I think the proposed 24-hour limit that we've been discussing may be a little too restrictive. According to the data you just showed, between 25 and 36 hours, so we can get the most catch for halibut. And the increased mortality that goes from 24, it's really minimum. I seem to understand that there isn't a current limit, right? For the soak time, there's not a soak time limit so I think that maybe going for no limit to 24 hours, like a little too much strain on maybe on the
Can
fishermen.
you make sure to speak up so folks on the line can hear you?
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
So I just want to address that. It appears to me that it's a little too restrictive. And one more point, and I think that the regulation that impacts fishermen would not necessarily reduce demand, so it will likely have a transfer effect somewhere else, with less regulations that may not enforce sustainable fishing practices regularly. No, thank you for your time.
Anyone else in the room? Let's go to online, please.
Yeah, so we do have Maureen, if we're gonna move to the folks online, just before you do that, the second part of there were two questions that were asked by Terry, this first speaker online. The second was related to the language about congruently feasible. That was staff's fancy way of saying, can you please work with the fishermen and find management measures that we can all live with? Bottom line, that was the intent. Maureen, do you want to call on folks online?
Yes, we have 10 speakers on Zoom. The first speaker will be Lexi Nutkowitz, followed by Jess Holland and Lena Stasiak. Lexi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lexi Nutkowitz, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council. NRDC is an environmental NGO working to reduce marine mammal and sea turtle bycatch in California waters and also nationally. We acknowledge the department's efforts regarding a short-term management package and, in addition, request the MRC discuss a clear timeline for the second phase's adoption and demonstrate a strong commitment to independent data collection and regulation enforcement. Thank you for your attention to this important issue and for the opportunity to comment today. Hi, my name is Jess Holland, and I'm with Turtle Island Restoration Network. I first want to thank the commissioners and the department for their work and efforts throughout this process. While the proposed management actions are a step in the right direction, there are several issues that need to be discussed further and require immediate action. After 3 or more years, a lot of the current efforts have been to solidify what is currently being practiced, but are not actually reducing these practices. Shorter soak times are great, but nothing will change if the size of gill nets aren't reduced and the number of gill nets that are allowed to be set in a given period of time isn't limited, whether it's per week, per month, or so on. It will allow fishermen the time they need to retrieve their nets while limiting the number of fish caught and bycatch. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Lena Stasiak, please go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lena Stasiak, and I'm pursuing a graduate degree in marine biodiversity and conservation at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I'd like to express my support for the management measures recommended by the Commission, recognizing the complexities within this subject and the ongoing need to address the ever-present knowledge gaps. So I'd specifically like to address 2 key aspects: the establishment of a maximum soak time and the implementation of effective gear marking. Drawing upon my research background and exposure to ocean and coastal law and policy, as well as insights from various NGOs and gill net fishermen, I want to emphasize the critical role of soak time limits in mitigating ecosystem impacts and reducing bycatch mortality, particularly given the non-selective nature of gill nets. While many NGOs are advocating for a 24-hour soak time, I also think it's essential to consider the perspectives of fishermen as well, who had proposed a 72-hour limit in July's meeting and today proposed 48 hours, citing factors such as weather and potential boating malfunctions and carbon footprint. Additionally, based off the CDFW presentation today, it appears that a soak time period between 24 and 36 hours would benefit the halibut fisheries and still significantly reduce bycatch rather than having no soak time limit. So I believe finding common ground is imperative, and I lend my support to a proposed soak time of 36 hours with continued research. I also wanted to lend my support for the need for effective gear marking in gill net fisheries to attribute to future entanglements accurately. And I applaud the department's efforts in exploring strategies to enhance gear marking practices and to find funding for these efforts as well. So in conclusion, I'd like to again emphasize the importance of continued reliance on the best available science in shaping policies for the management of gill net fisheries. Additionally, I emphasize the need for clear and open communication with all stakeholders involved. I think collaboration is essential in navigating the complexities of this issue and finding solutions that strike a balance between conservation goals and the practical considerations raised by those directly engaged in the industry. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker will be Ben Grundy, followed by Kelly Sang and Eric Praski. Ben Grundy, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners and department staff. Ben Grundy with the Center for Biological Diversity. Also special thanks to Dr. Schumann and Kirsten for putting together the presentation they shared today. The Center for Biological Diversity supports the recommendations brought forth by the department and wishes to see them move forward in a timely manner to reduce bycatch in this fishery. We appreciate the efforts of the department and the commission to bring forth recommendations for this multi-phase management approach, especially the consideration of a 24-hour maximum soak time, as the data in the presentation highlights the increase in percent mortality in that 37 to 48-hour soak time period. Based on the department's proposed near-term recommendations to improve data collection, I also want to echo Lexi from NRDC's comment and strongly recommend that the committee formally request a timetable for the execution of the subsequent phases of this package, implementing spatial or temporal closures in addition to the soak time limits and other key bycatch mitigation regulations will minimize the incidental catch of species of concern, including the taupe shark. Thank you.
Kelly Sang, please go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Kelly Zhen, and I am a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I had devoted in marine conservation work for more than 7 years, and I'm here to express my support for the proposed management package, especially the improvement in data collection through initiatives like resuming observers coverage and electronic monitoring. Reliable and independent data on bycatch are essential for effectively managing the sustainability of marine ecosystem. Without the accurate data, we couldn't identify the right problem. We will lack the information we need to set appropriate management rules to ensure sustainable fishing and safeguard vulnerable wildlife. Unreliable and biased data can also cause disagreement among stakeholders, regulators, and the gillnet industry, which makes it more difficult to meet agreement. As we know, relying solely on self-reported data can be biased and insufficient for a comprehensive bycatch monitoring and regulatory assessments. Therefore, I believe that resuming observer coverage, electronic monitoring, and electronic logbooks can improve the issues. If electronic monitoring being standardized and properly implemented, they not only can save cost, especially compared to the high labor cost of human observers, but they also provide accurate and unbiased data. It can prevent the report affected by human interference and other external influences. It can supplement insufficient observer coverage, assisting management in ensuring vessels' compliance with sustainable policies. However, as we move forward, it is essential to ensure that these initiatives are implemented with careful consideration of fishermen's needs and concerns. I believe that open communication and collaboration between the government stakeholders and the fishing community are key to success of this program. Thank you.
Eric Praski, please go ahead.
Good morning, Marine Resources Committee. I'm Eric Praski, a dedicated supporter of sustainable California fisheries, deeply concerned by the ongoing use of gill nets in our state. In 2018, the California legislature passed SB 1017 to phase out drift gill nets for swordfish. The fact of the matter is that gill nets are not a selective gear type, and they act as walls of death in our ocean, which is why I, along with many other Californians, are concerned with their ongoing use. As a California seafood consumer, I take pride in knowing how my seafood is caught, which is why I purchase California halibut caught by rod and reel commercial fishermen. It is baffling that California still permits the use of gill nets when significantly more sustainable alternatives with truly minimal to no are readily available. I implore the Fish and Game Commission to take immediate action to cease all gill net fishing in California. Furthermore, it is imperative to address the bureaucratic barriers that prevent recreational rod and reel fishermen from legally selling their catch. The supply of sustainable seafood is available, and I call upon you to enable its sale. Thank you for your attention.
Ed Schultz, please go ahead. Ed Schultz, you may have to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. Okay, got me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Apologize for the late login. That on the red abalone recovery, was it mentioned
Let
about?
me stop you out there. We're still on bycatch, so we'll get to that next. Okay.
Oh, we haven't done that. I apologize then. I'm talking about
worries.
sea otters coming at, but I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker will be Rachel Bustamante, followed by Elizabeth Purcell and Deborah Dillard. Rachel, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Name's Rachel Bustamante, Ocean Policy Analyst from Earth Law Center. I thank the department and commission for this dialogue. Today, we urge the MRC to recommend the adoption of substantial management measures that directly reduce bycatch mortality at this meeting. We are particularly concerned for elasmobranchs and are hopeful and express support of a timely implementation of the Phase 2 regulatory package. Thank you.
Elizabeth Purcell, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth with Turtle Island Restoration Network. We support the proposed management measures in an effort to mitigate bycatch in the set gillnet fishery. However, stronger actions are necessary to fully tackle this issue. I think we can all agree there is a lack of sufficient data, but bycatch is bycatch no matter which way you slice and dice it. It's really important to further discuss the longevity of this fishery and alternative gear types. But in the meantime, we would like to see the proposed management measures implemented as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and all the work that has gone into this so far.
Our final speaker is Deborah Dillard. She had her hand raised earlier, but she just unraised it, but I'm not sure. Deborah, would you like to speak on?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Elizabeth and I were going to say the same thing. So I just wanted to tell you thank you for your time and the work that you've done to go into this. I'm with Turtle Island Restoration Network also. And we just appreciate your work. And thanks for letting us have a talk to you guys today. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a point of clarification because I think what I'm hearing is I haven't heard anything on the markings being an issue as recommended by the department. Is that right?
We have no
problem with that. And the issue of mesh is really just defining what is done and not any changes. So you don't have any problem with that either. Great. So I think we're really on the soak time is the main issue. And you know, we've listened to this, I've heard a lot, and it's been really helpful. And the data, you know, you can slice and dice it different ways, and it's not complete. That's the fundamental fact of this discussion is that we have an incomplete data, and the next step is to gather really good data so we can come back and make more fine-tuned decisions. But given that, I'm convinced that going to 36 hours is the right number for now, while we do the data collection and gathering to learn more and try to slice it and dice it more precisely in ways that are meaningful.
All right, can I just interrupt? 36 hours don't work for us because when we set our net, you go 36 hours and we have to go out the next day at midnight. We fish in the mornings. Yeah. And the fishery's been over, 100 years. None of the fish we catch are endangered. And if anybody wants to protect the resource, it's us. That's our livelihood. And like Turtle Bay say, oh, we kill the turtles and that. If they're really worried about the turtles, you guys need to address this. The yachts that go over 15, 20 miles an hour, they run everything over. We'll be pulling our net out there and you see the Callian Express, he's going 35 miles an hour. And you go, is he going to turn and avoid us or cut me in half? I mean, those are the issues. You're picking on 20 guys that been in the fishery for all these years. We're not harming anything. Any fishery has a bycatch. They say, oh, we should go hook and line because it's 100%. They have more bycatch than us, those guys. So it's just, I mean, really it comes to common sense. If you guys want to put us 20 guys out of business or fight Turtle Bay and Oceana and all this stuff, that's fine. Instead of wasting all the money on observer programs, just buy us out.
Well, a lot of times the bycatch, like halibut fishing won't be that good or something, but the bycatch, like the mackerel, whatever else we catch, that makes our day. Like, so the bycatch helps us a lot of times, like make the day from paper, fuel, whatever else. Like, so it's 48 hours is just better than.
I just want to reiterate that it's easy for these people to say, yeah, 24 hours is a solution. Well, it's not for us. It's twice the cost, twice the labor, and twice the time. And if we don't have that option, you may as well just cut our throats. I mean, we're not going to be able to fish.
Well, I didn't say 24.
Yeah. David Hayward. So if the science and the department scientists say that there's not a problem, and you have NGOs that their job is to put us out of business. I mean, in all the different fisheries I'm in, I have the same, testimony from the same people, whether I'm fishing swordfish, tuna, mackerel, sardines. So these guys need 48 hours, and that's a compromise. They don't have, anything, there's no limit right now. So they're willing to say, hey, we'll come down to 48 hours. So try the 48 hours. If there's a problem later, then you can decrease it. But just to come along all of a sudden and say that, and if you look at the data, the 48 hours isn't really hurting anything. So, you know, I just think it would be very wrong not to use science and, you know, the compromise that the fishermen are willing to do, accept it. You know, because the NGOs are here for one thing, to put us out of business.
I don't think you should put, describe their motivations, only your own.
Okay.
Well,
I've been doing this a long time.
But again, I don't think that's fair. You don't know what they're,
I do know. Yeah,
well,
I'm fishing.
None of us can look into other people's hearts and minds, but what I would say is that I think we have to assume good intent, and that their intent is to preserve the species, all species. And you know, and that's what they say their intent is. And I think we have to assume good intent, and your intent is to, I also believe, is to make sure that these species survive so that your kids and grandkids can do this as well. I think we ought to all assume good intent and not, you know, cast intent on others but only our own intent. Please.
Neil Goodway, I'm a fisherman. How was the data collected at 36 hours instead of 48?
So the data that were presented were based on the logbooks that were submitted. So you have your soak time on your logbook, so that's what it was based on.
Because then you could go out in the mornings.
Make sure to speak up so they can hear you.
So whatever you put on your logbook. So it's your data that we used, and
he hasn't spoken yet.
My name's Steve Morris, I'm a gillnet fisherman. Do we have a definition of bycatch? Because
we do.
Bycatch is kind of a general. Here's our logbook. We're talking about halibut, but it says a general gill and trammel net. Okay, that's what we're fishing under. We're fishing under a trammel net fishery, not a halibut fishery. And there's not a fishery that exists that you could actually go out and catch just halibut, like we're ordering a pizza. I can't go out and say I want 7 halibut today, and that's all it is. Especially not fishing an area where hundreds of species live alongside halibut. So, and if I could,
that's true with line fishing as well. I mean, when I've gone fishing for halibut, I sometimes get cod or sometimes rockfish when I fish up in Canada.
We're fishing a trammel net. We fish different species with this trammel net. Halibut is the most lucrative, so that's what's the most sought after. If I could, just a text from a fish buyer, it's real short. It says, "Hi Steve, I can use some halibut, shark, and bat rays tomorrow." So I didn't go out with the sole intent of catching halibut. I also went out to catch for my buyer bat rays and shark. So how are we putting this in as bycatch when those weren't bycatch? I meant to go catch those.
It's a great question. I'm not going to answer that directly right now, but it's an important question. We've had that discussion, and there is in the MLMA a definition that we came up with several years ago that we're trying to work on. I'm going to let Jeff go and open back to your second thing.
Yeah, just real quick. One thing that hasn't come up on the soak time issue is not just the impacts on bycatch and discard mortality, but also on the target species. So we know that with longer soak times, there's often more damage and depredation. So we've heard in the past, like there's a lot of these will get eaten by sea lions. The longer they're out there, there's more likelihood of depredation on the target species themselves, as well as the diminishing value because the fish would be of lower quality the longer that it's dead in a net. So I think we've seen this overall trend towards more active tending of fisheries in general off of California, and often those more active tended fisheries get higher prices for their seafood because it's a higher quality, it's more fresh.
And consumers are more discriminating buyers now than they were. But that's that true for your market. Because you had a bunch of head shaking. Graham, sorry, you had a clarification, sure.
Well, just make an observation, perhaps a suggestion.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I've been trying to get in the queue as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were pointing to other people who wanted to talk.
No.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No.
Please.
Well, I was just going to say, like, we have talked about a lot of these issues before. It's a multi-species, multi-target fishery. It is a little bit of a branding problem that it's called the halibut fishery, right? Because that's not really what it is. Lots of species are caught and go to market, and there's a market for them. And as you said, can sort of make the day for you. I really appreciate what you said about like not being like assuming best intentions. We all have multiple goals here. Multiple things are true, right? I think everyone in this room and on the line want to reduce non-target, non-marketable, non-surviving catch, right? We all want that. And that goes for NGOs and fishermen, and I'll speak for myself alike, right?
I think we also all want thriving coastal communities in California, working California fishermen. And I think we want to preserve and enhance access to local California seafood for people who want to buy it, especially in California, but also in other places. So I think those are the intentions that I see here that we all share. So in the Venn diagram, there's actually a bunch in the middle. You did a great job, Co-Chair Sklar, of talking about, you know, the things that it seemed of the phase 1 recommendations that we already sort of agree on. It's the soak time issue that has people still a bit animated. And at the risk of kicking the can, the good news is we don't have to decide. You know, we go to notice with a range all the time. It's not always preferred, but in this case, if we want, we could ask that the December Fish and Game Commission meeting, that the full commission recommend going to notice on a range for the soak time. And that range could be 24 to 48 hours. We don't have to make a decision today.
That's really, really great points, man. I mean, you know, I really appreciate that. That is a critical point, because the commission could throw out whatever we recommend anyway. So range is probably the best way to go, right? I mean, there's three other, one other person, or if the other three voted a different way or want something different, and that discussion there is going to be important, not just as a matter of a vote. And it seems to be, we have a 24 and 48 range right now. That seems to be where we are. And so that's a terrific recommendation. I see something back in the room. Scott, go ahead, please.
And Scott, could I ask you to stand up and just slow down a little bit as you speak? Folks online, so they can't understand what you're saying.
Thanks. Something I've been doing my whole life, you know.
Welcome to the club.
In profession I chose. Hey everybody, Scott Webb, Resource Renewal Institute. A range does make sense, but just again, for the scope of this conversation, I know it's kind of sound like a broken record, but the data we're dealing with right now is all self-reported data, right? So there's gonna be room for bias in that. In that self-reported data, we're seeing that close to 80% of the trips are 36 hours and under. If we're saying there are 20 active fishermen, this is affecting 4 people. So according to this self-reported data, I don't really see any logic on how this would cut the throat of the fishery. It doesn't, for me at least, kind of add up quite a bit. But that's like also really exciting, and we're trying to look for other like data streams as well. So, you know, for me, I would like to not shift the goalpost. And Nick also said that 36 hours, you know, maybe a little tricky, but nonetheless, if we can maybe try to shift between that 24 to 36 hours, given that is where 80% of the fishery lies, that seems very pragmatic, again, based off self-reported data. Next thing I want to talk about too is after this, you know, we maybe develop that range, we please maybe establish a timeline for developing some of these data collection methods, like this powder observer program and such, because I think right now that seems like the big red glaring thing we're facing right now. So I would then just according to data, self-reported data, 24 to 36 hours is a pragmatic suggestion, should only affect 4 folks. Also on top of that, will you please talk about a timeline for when we can have this powder? Those are 2 things I'd like to see.
We have Hyde first. Say your name again, I'm sorry.
So for the 24 to 48 hours, majority of the time we're fishing 24 hours, but when it slows down or something, then we go 48 hours. So there'll be less times that we've landed in our logbooks for 48 hours. So that's why it'd be less than
We prefer to go 24 hours whenever it's feasible.
Right. Of course.
But sometimes it's not feasible is the point.
Right. And the math doesn't, Scott's math doesn't work exactly right, because it's not 4%, it's 4% of the trips.
Yeah.
And so my guess is that one,
We've all done
right.
48 hours.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
we
not
have
a
the
score.
percentage, so I get that. And I really appreciate your coming forward about the issue of fuel. I think that's something we should all care about. And I also really appreciate the issue of having to go out at midnight rather than you go out at 6 in the morning and picking up and, hopefully by whatever time the next day,
We're done 6 to 12, like Fisher in the afternoon.
Understood.
One more quick thing to throw in is that you have a quarter of the fleet here saying that 48 hours would work for them. And I mean, you should listen to them, because you have a quarter of the fleet here agreeing to do that, and they have no restriction now. They're willing to go with 48. So it's it's a slam dunk with the fleet. And you're by changing these rules, you're affecting their livelihood. You're affecting how much fish is coming to the markets for the general public of California or wherever we ship our fish. So I think it's really important. And the fishermen here, I'm not allowed to say it, but a lot of people are paid to be here. We're not paid to be here. We're taking time off from our days, and we can't come to every meeting. You know that it's hard for a lot of fishermen to come to meetings. I called 4 or 5 to come and we got a few to come. So it's really hard for fishermen. We had a guy here last night and he said, hey, I got to go pull my lobster traps. I can't make it. And so, you know, I think that's something to take into account. You can keep going, but you know, you lose fishermen in the process and you have a quarter of the fleet here. So it would make sense. And I always say common sense to listen to them. We'll work for them.
Yes, and sometimes our job is to do something that is hard and might be unpopular if it is the right choice. And, you know, we're not making that decision today, but we are trying to accomplish these at least 3 goals together. And a lot of times that's not going to make everybody happy. Probably nobody's going to be happy.
So he was
you know?
just saying 80% of this already is a 24-hour haul. So you would only be effectively changing 20% of the fishery by changing what you want to do.
Right, well, if we went to 24, but if we go to 36 or 48, then you can count the percentages any way you want, and we get it. I think that the charts were helpful to a degree, right? Because it's what we have, and it is self-reported, but I don't think we're saying here that it's not accurate. It's just not granular enough to really know what we need to know to make even better decisions. And that's often the case here. And as Samantha basically said was, you know, it's our job to adjudicate that. And it's, you know, our job is not to say, okay, X number of the percentage of fleet is here, but to look at the solutions that we want. And again, I think Samantha really articulated well how we all share ultimately the same fundamental goal. The way to get there may be very different, and it's our job to figure that out. So with that, really great discussion. And this has been quite a long process already. And this process, we're only a quarter of the way into it, maybe with that. I would suggest we come back in a second to the question of observer and have that discussion about observers and what we want to go forward. But I want to modify what I was thinking before, and because I really like what you suggested, Samantha, which is that we direct the staff come back and the department come back at the December meeting with notice, with a range from 24 to 48 on the soak time, that we agree that we take the recommendation on mesh size and mesh depth. And that we take the recommendation on markers.
Yeah, and then at the March MRC meeting, is that when we'll talk more about electronic monitoring and observer and have a better understanding of the world of possibilities and try to chart a path forward on that too? Because I don't really have a sense of what needs to happen to execute on some of that stuff. I mean, I understand the observer piece. We would need to go to the legislature.
In terms of going, before we go back to Craig with the answer to that, I would say, I'm totally supportive of that idea of having a really, so that we put aside all the stuff we're talking about today,
right.
next time, so we can really spend the same amount of time focusing on the whole observer issue. I really agree that that's a complicated thing that we need to spend some real good time on. I'm sorry, Craig.
So we can craft a regulatory package for a 24 to 48 hour range. I think that's a good path forward. We'll fully support that. Just to acknowledge, like, there's a lot of agreement in this room, I did not think we would be at this point a year and a half ago. So that just kudos to all of you for getting us to where we are. We're now, there's a difference of 24 hours, which is a big deal to both sides, but on the grand scheme of things, we're close. I think from a process perspective, the MRC would make a recommendation to the December commission meeting. The commission would then endorse that recommendation to us.
Thank you.
We would then go and, we're just moving ahead. That's all right, moving fast. So then we would start working on a regulatory package, have to get it on the calendar, probably wouldn't, go to notice April, maybe, April, best case scenario. Best case scenario. I like to move fast too, so we can push.
April or June for sure.
April or June for notice with that package to then explore the 24 to 48 hour range, gear marking to be developed in consultation with the fleet, the NGOs, Protected Resources Division on what the specifics are of that head rope line marking with the 1-inch mesh. And then the mesh height. So those 3 things could be put in that regulatory package.
Fantastic. Thank you for clarifying that in terms of process and timing.
And then for, I guess would be the March MRC, we can talk more about, that package, the details of that, should we want to, and then also the electronic monitoring and the observers, because I'm concerned there's expectations that this will happen overnight, and it won't, right? This is something I've been trying to do this for 10 years, And we just can't,
Right.
it is slow, it is hard. The good news is this fishery has been operating the way it's been operating for 20 years.
Right.
So it's not like we haven't seen
Very
any
stable.
major glaring red flags that we have to do something immediately. So you know, time is of the essence, but it's gonna take some time.
So I think that's a terrific process. And one, Chuck, just briefly about the last bucket, the legislative side, I think in a second, but one point I want to make about the observer part of it, you put out some costs for electronic monitoring. It's not cheap, but it's a fraction of the cost. And anything is a lot when you're, in a business that's challenged all the time. So I'm not talking about you spending it, but it's just in general, in terms of the cost of electronic monitoring versus having, live observers out there. If it can be done well, it's an incredibly inexpensive alternative, isn't it? That's what I'm.
Well, it depends on what we're trying to achieve. So I think what we'd be looking at is some level of human observer coverage at whatever rate the statisticians and those folks that are experts in that tell us we need to get accurate representation of what bycatch is. We're not at this point proposing full-time 100% cameras, full-time monitoring on boats, because I don't think we need it yet.
And then you have to process all that too.
Then you got to process all the data. I think that's overkill. We may get to a point that we decide, yes, based on the information we have, we need that. We need to have real-time hard caps, but we're not there yet. So the electronic monitoring that we'd be looking at would be electronic logbook, perhaps some sort of machinery that sets up with their hydraulic winches, gets seamlessly integrated. So when they set their net and they pull their net, it goes to enforcement. We can enforce the soak times. We know where the gear is. That's cost effective. It's easy to install. It's easy to maintain. It's not a burden on the fishery. We hope that those types of things.
And I know Jeff was speaking on this, and there are lots of sources for funding that we can look at for this too, so that it doesn't fall on you. I want to say that I am very, very empathetic to the fact that it's easy to be nickel and dimed in a difficult low margin business. I come from an industry that is collapsing because of that. And so I am very empathetic to that. And sometimes it's easy for us to sit up and say, oh, 10,000 more, 5,000 more, whatever. So I get it.
Yeah, just to kind of add some support to that, I think that the idea of, we may not know exactly what electronic monitoring we need to put in place yet, but the idea could be that it's a pilot, right? You could actually put a camera and a human observer on a boat and look at it different ways. That's essentially kind of what you'd be exploring through a pilot program that's not necessarily required yet. And I think that the willingness of the fleet to actually try some of those things and use these new technologies, I think could really go a long way in trying to build what does this fishery look like for the 21st century and build some on the ground and get better data.
And I've heard from the NGA community, there's willingness to find funding for this as well. So that's all I mean.
If we could, just for a moment, going back to the recommendation to the commission with regard to the soak time, if I'm hearing correctly from the fishing community, while these graphs make reference to average times or something between this and this, the reality is typically they're out there every 24 hours or every 48 hours or every 36 or 72 hours, et cetera. It's right. It's a full day each time.
Right.
They're not going out there 27 hours later, right? In general.
Right.
And so I'm wondering if for the rulemaking, rather than saying a range of 24 to 48, we actually want to say 24 or 48. Because I don't know that a 36-hour soak makes sense for this fishery.
Well, a lot of times that's when it's foggy and cold and dangerous to be traversing in the middle of the night as well.
So I was gonna say that too. One thing we haven't really talked about, but I know was in the presentation and in the staff materials is a weather exemption. I mean, if we did go with 24 hours, there would for sure have to be a weather exemption clause, I think. And safety, yeah, weather and safety clause, included in that, which.
I mean, we'd support that for any soak time. There should always be an exemption for that.
And that was my assumption that was automatically part of it.
No matter, even if it's a week,
that's an obligation. I think that's a more obligation we have.
Yeah.
But there were, just to get to Melissa's point, there were at least enough soaks that were between 25 to 36 hours that the department was able to provide that and show data on that. And that's where you actually saw differences in halibut catch versus the 48 hours. So I think you're right that probably most of the time it's either 24 or 48, but there were enough in there to actually say that there's a difference both in terms of bycatch mortality and in terms of target species catch.
And that's self-reported. So my guess is that it's not quite as cut and dry and black and white in terms of timing as you're talking about. That there, you had a beautiful sunny full moon, or it's a clear sky and full moon. I'm heading out because I'm going to bring those nets in because I think I'll get a good catch because I want to get out tomorrow morning. to go, do something else. So that's what the reporting is showing anyway. So, I think it's not quite as cut and dry as, that it does in between times. That's okay. I think we can take both of those ideas into account, which is that the self-reporting shows there are shorter than, there are soak times that are between 24 and 48.
Yeah.
But also understand that the general tendency is to go out first thing in the morning and do what you're gonna do. Those can both be true.
And I mean, if the idea is to try to get most of the sets, like just say under 24, you could say, well, maybe 30 hours to account for the time that might take to set the net. Maybe you set it at 6 a.m. You don't have to pull it out of the water by 6 a.m. the next day, right? Like that you could give a few hours there. So I think having just the range would allow for that type of discussion and think about that.
Thanks. I think that clarified. Thank you. That's helpful. So let's go with, I'm good with the range for right now because it's flexibility. But one of the reasons to do these at the end, I think is really thoughtful of Smith to suggest this, is the range, it gives us flexibility. And so we can have a greater discussion as we go forward. Whereas if we note it with a very specific one, then we don't have flexibility. So I think we're there, right?
Okay.
All right, let's take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, so coming back to the Marine Resources Committee meeting of November 16th, down in beautiful San Diego. And we're on to item number 3, which is the red abalone recovery plan. And I'd like to ask Kinsey, or who's going to lead us off on this, because I have the old one. Okay.
I'll lead us off on this
Thanks,
one.
Melissa.
So this is Melissa, Fish and Game Commission. As introduction to the red abalone recovery plan, just highlighting for folks who may be new to the conversation that between 2014 and 2022, the department worked to develop a fishery management plan for the North Coast recreational red abalone fishery and provided regular updates on that effort to this committee. In 2022, the department identified precipitous declines in the red abalone population associated with the loss of bull kelp beds and of overabundance of urchin and the resulting abalone starvation. So in response, the commission in December of 2022 approved an MRC recommendation to pause that FMP development, except for memorializing a harvest control rule and de minimis option, and to redirect instead the focus toward developing an abalone recovery plan. So as you know, at your July 2023 meeting, the department did provide a written update on recovery planning, indicating that it plans to create a climate-ready red abalone recovery plan to be developed with tribal engagement, technical and advisory and stakeholder advisory teams, and agency engagement. Note also that the department indicated that it proposes to develop a statewide plan rather than for the North Coast only. Due to limited time available in July for discussion, you supported scheduling today another discussion for today's meeting. So today the department's presentation will build on the materials that were provided in July, which is Exhibit 1 in your packet. And the department has recently conducted field surveys to assess abalone trends and plans to present those outcomes of the field surveys along with the proposed red abalone recovery plan process and timeline. So in addition to the staff summary from last year, you have also a written update from the department that was presented in July and the presentation that's going to be given today. And that is being given by Joanna Grable, who I believe is on Zoom. Is Joanna there?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Here you are. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Okay, so good morning. And for the record, my name is Joanna Grable. I am the Invertebrate Program Manager. And as Melissa said, I will be providing an update on the development of our red abalone recovery plan. Next slide, please. Okay. So this presentation will cover an update on our recent field work, touch on our ideas for a statewide recovery plan and monitoring strategy, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up with some next steps. Next slide, please. So let's start with our field work. Next slide. This summer, department staff and volunteers were able to get into the field to complete the abalone survey in Sonoma and Mendocino counties. As you may recall, it takes 2 years to complete an entire survey. So this completes the work we started last summer and provides current updates on existing conditions. It takes a lot of work and coordination to conduct these surveys. We had a total of 28 people help in some way, shape, or form. Underwater, we had 11 CDFW divers, 3 warden divers, and 5 longtime volunteers consisting mainly of retired CDFW personnel. We used 7 vessels, surveyed nearly 4,000 square meters, counted nearly 400 abalone, and also over 116,000 perch. Next slide, please. We were able to reach 3 survey sites this season, which included Van Dam in Mendocino County and Ocean and Timber Coves in Sonoma County. We attempted to survey Point Arena in Mendocino County, but were unable to reach it due to weather conditions. Next slide, please. This table shows the number of red abalone and density observed at each site. Also included is density observed in 2018 for comparison. And 2018 was the most recent year that Ocean and Timber Coves were surveyed. All densities showed decreases since 2018, and overall these densities indicate that the stock continues to be at critically low levels. Van Dam had a greater number of transects completed because, as I mentioned previously, we were unable to get to the other survey locations in Mendocino due to weather. So we were able to conduct more surveys at Van Dam. Next survey, slide, please. This figure compares historical and current densities for Van Dam, Timber Cove, and Ocean Cove. We started to survey these locations in the early to mid 2000s, which corresponds to a time when we had an active fishery. And even under fishing pressure, historical densities in all locations were much higher than they are currently. Next slide, please. This graph shows the historical density of red abalone at Van Dam over the last 20 years. This is our most regularly surveyed site, and it has the most complete time series. And even after the fishery closed in 2018, we continue to see a decline. Next slide, please.
Go ahead.
Next slide. Do we have it?
Well,
Sorry, Joanna, it's trying.
Okay, no worries. I'm trying. Here we go. Okay, perfect. Recruitment information is collected at Van Dam during our annual dive recertification class. So this graph shows the number of the young of year abalone observed in each abalone recruitment module over time. These recruitment modules are steel cages that contain cinder blocks. Divers open the cage, carefully remove the blocks, brush off any abalone, and then they take them back and they are measured, and then the number of abalone less than 21 millimeters across are recorded. These are what we call the young of the year, and this is what serves as an index for recruitment. This year, we did see an increase in recruitment compared to last year, but overall, the trend shows that recruitment continues to be low over the last several years. Next slide, please. So we do have some good news. We had a sunflower star sighting during the surveys at Van Dam. This is one of 3 sightings of Pycnopodia in California in recent years. And all of those have occurred in Mendocino County. Next slide, please. CDFW has been conducting monitoring nearly annually since the early to mid 2000s. Each survey, as I mentioned before, takes 2 years to complete, and the cost to do a survey, we have a combined conservative estimate of between $80,000 to $100,000. Up until the fishery closed, those efforts were in a large part funded by the abalone report card revenues. and now we are having to cover those costs by other funding sources. Funding these surveys is becoming increasingly challenging, and it is not expected to get any easier given the current budget situation. We also do not see a need to continue monitoring at the same intensity in the near future in light of the current environmental conditions and the status of the stock. We do see value, though, in developing less costly methods to allow us to monitor what is both happening to abalone and to keep tabs on the other environmental indicators. Next slide, please. So we'll go ahead and switch gears and jump into the abalone recovery plan. Next slide, please. So we have received some questions about whether we need to develop a whole new recovery plan or whether we can just use the existing information in the ARMP. The ARMP does include 2 chapters that focus on abalone recovery and management. And while there is some useful information in this document, it is nearly 20 years old. The ARMP recovery is primarily focused on recovery in Southern California. It did not contemplate recovery in the northern part of the state because there was an active fishery there at the time. The ARMP is more focused on fishing-related impacts and didn't contemplate climate change impacts. And because the decline of the abalone population has been driven by environmental conditions, climate change impacts should be a consideration in its recovery. So we do believe that there is a need to develop a new statewide red abalone recovery plan. There are elements, though, in the ARMP that are still useful and we believe should be incorporated into our new statewide recovery plan. But we also do see value in modernizing the recovery plan to include all the new information that has become available over the last 2 decades. Next slide, please. The goal of this process is to create a product that can be adopted by the Commission. The plan should, at least at a high level, include information on the status and threats to the stock, describe the desired outcomes of the recovery plan, the conditions necessary to achieve those outcomes, and the milestones we will use to measure progress towards recovery. The plan needs to be robust, adaptive, and include a climate-ready approach to hopefully rebuild the stock back to levels supporting a sustainable fishery. It is important to emphasize that this plan development process is a new process. It is not a continuation of the FMP development process. We envision it building on existing knowledge and documentation, but it really gives us the opportunity to critically evaluate why we need to do something, how we did it previously, and how we can do things better going forward. It will be transparent and rely heavily on engagement with our tribal partners, community stakeholders, and technical experts. Next slide, please. An important part of the recovery plan is developing a monitoring strategy. CDFW sees this as a time-sensitive priority task, since we do not want to have a lapse in our data collection. As I mentioned previously, we see a need to explore different ways to collect data to monitor recovery of the stock and other environmental conditions. Our goal is to develop a monitoring approach that makes the best use of limited resources. We see an opportunity here to engage with the public and explore new survey methodologies, investigating things like the intertidal, places we have never investigated before, and evaluate other data streams for abalone or other species or climate information that we think will be extremely important to inform the recovery plan. We know folks have a lot of ideas on how we can look at things, so we really want to provide the space to have these information sharing sessions. And we envision ultimately getting to a place where we can have these new methodologies and new surveys posted on a website so that our citizen scientists can go out and be part of our data collection process. And we see this as an important first task for our recovery plan partners to start engaging in. So that would include our tribal partners, stakeholder, and scientific advisors. And all of these data streams would ultimately feed into the overall recovery plan and help inform where the stock is in its trajectory towards recovery. Next slide, please. So back at the November 22 MRC meeting, we did have some high-level discussions on the kind of elements to include in a recovery plan. And one of those ideas that was discussed was a phase monitoring approach. This phase monitoring approach would allow the conservation of resources when stock levels are low, and then provide for some more intensive surveys when the stock is recovering to provide the information that would be needed to reevaluate opening the fishery. So we put together a visual representation here of that phased approach. So phase 1 is what we're calling a collapsed population, and that is really currently where we are at right now. And so in this phase, I think it's important to focus on the development of citizen science, partner data streams, and really help develop some new survey methodologies. And so in this phase, we see a need for just maybe some limited targeting, monitoring, possibly using some more simplistic methods. Phase 2, we're calling our recovering population. So this is sort of where we envision us starting to see some improvement in the environmental conditions or in the stock itself. And so at this phase, we could see some more increased monitoring strategies, again, using these methodologies that were developed in phase 1. We would likely need to infuse some additional resources, so perhaps a little bit more than some of these the limited monitoring we were thinking about in phase 1. And then for phase 3, we're calling this sort of an approaching recovery phase. So we would envision potentially our monitoring returning to pre-closure levels. So maybe go out and re-engaging and doing the types of surveys that we just completed this summer. And of course, re-engaging back into that FNP development process and sort of dusting off some of all the documentation that we have previously used. So the methods used in each phase and the triggers for moving from one phase to another. Now, these would be the key components of the monitoring plan, and will be informed by input from our partners, our tribal partners, community stakeholders, and technical advisors. Next slide, please. So Melissa briefly touched on this in part of the overview, but back in July 2023, we did reach out to and did our tribal notification, and to date we have had 9 tribes that have expressed interest in partnering in our plan development process. Also, as Melissa mentioned, at the July MRC meeting, we also provided our written report. So starting at the beginning of the year, this is really where we're having our big kickoff and our formation of these advisory groups. So we plan on making a call out to nominate members to be on our stakeholder team. And at that time, we will also reach out to experts to form our technical team. And then, of course, interested tribes will also be notified at the same time to inquire how they would like to be involved, although we do plan on having dedicated seats on both stakeholder and technical teams for tribal partners if they would like to engage in that manner. And then once we have those teams formed, throughout 2024, the plan is to focus on developing the monitoring strategy, these data streams, as I had mentioned before, and the citizen science and, this is really where we see really getting into the meat of this and really having these informational sharing sessions. And then from over the next couple of years, we plan to focus again on development of that recovery plan. And that will also include opportunities for public outreach, and then, of course, public review of the documents before they are submitted to the Fish and Game Commission in late 2026, with planned implementation in 2027. Next slide, please. So the purpose of me being here today was really just to provide an opportunity to have a discussion regarding this proposed plan to develop our statewide recovery plan, and to give you our latest thinking on what the department sees as prioritization of tasks for these technical stakeholder and tribal groups. So as I mentioned, we plan to develop a nomination process to establish the stakeholder team. And the kelp restoration and monitoring plan really provides a great example of an already existing process. So we think that, you know, we can just hopefully likely follow on and emulate what they have already done successfully in their process. And as I mentioned, additionally, we'll reach out to our technical experts to form our technical team. And then specifically for this meeting, I think we're really looking for feedback on this proposed approach to see if we are missing anything or if there is any input or other things that that you would like us to consider. Next slide. And then thank you. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Joanna. Any questions?
And this is going to be a statewide recovery plan that you're trying to craft, right? I understand the AMRP was largely focused on the South Coast. And then when we talk about, like, our agenda says that this is about the North Coast, but really this recovery plan that we're talking about creating is going to be statewide. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. I mean, the data are compelling. It's, of course, very disappointing to see these density numbers that are even lower than when the fishery was closed. It's not necessarily surprising, but it's of course disappointing. So it seems like a worthy effort and something we absolutely want to be pursuing.
Great. Anybody in the room want to discuss this or comment on this? Please, Greg.
I'm sure I may be misinterpreting, but I did the very tail end of that graph that gave some reason for hope. So unless I'm talked out of it, I'm going to go ahead and be hopeful about it.
I had the same interpretation you did, but you know, it's 1 year.
I know
the error bars are.
I'm just a Van Dam.
Yeah, I think something that I've reflected on in this forest situation is, you know, the commission made some really difficult decisions over this time period. And with the benefit of hindsight, those were the right decisions. So it's nice to be, you know, it's nice to look back and say, you know, we got it right for a change, even if we don't like the outcome.
You know, we have seen, I think the last kelp report we got back showed some small recovery. Maybe these are.
The next item, we've got a lot of specifics on that.
I can't wait to see that. Let's go to see if anybody online wants to speak. I mean, anybody?
Yeah,
We have two. We have two speakers on Zoom.
Great.
Ed Schultz, followed by Chris. Ed, please go ahead. You may have to unmute yourself.
Okay, now?
Yes. Yep, go ahead, Ed.
I've been a staunch supporter of the Recreation Abalone Advisory Committee since its inception. Great organization. They do a lot of stuff. There's quite a few people that did their whole careers from the fish and wildlife supporting that. Sankey Millstrap, Ian Taniguchi, Peter Hacker, Laura Rogers Bennett, Jerry Kashiwada, and retired Captain Steve Risky devoted most of their career to saving and preserving the abalone. A couple of questions I have is, there's an organization called Reef Checks, do a lot of volunteer work on observation and giving feedback to the biologists. And also, my biggest concern right now is the federal people have said they are going to, not a proposal, reintroduce sea otters in Northern California. And our poor red abalone are getting beat to death as it is right now with sea urchins and warm water. And now we're going to get sea otters knocking at their door. So I wonder if you could comment on that, if you could. Thank you.
Chris's iPhone. Please go ahead.
Yeah, can you, good morning, commissioners. This is Chris Foss. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Chris. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Joanna, I'd like to congratulate you and the department on kind of taking a perspective on how to approach what is a pretty challenging dynamic. We voted in opposition not too long ago of the FMP that the harbor or that the department had created because it had characteristics we thought weren't actually about bringing forth community engagement at an appropriate level. And it seems like that message has gotten through. Obviously, there's no actual take and very little data collection, but the department has done some. And I'd just like to make a couple observations about the nature of a recovery. I can imagine it being quite a patchwork, as we can see already from the data presented. And it would be, I think, beneficial if we thought in terms of kind of assessing the other species as well, and that we know that the greens are starting to recover to some extent in the bite, in the Southern California bite, as well as the black abalone that appear to be coming back in ways that are resilient to the withering foot syndrome that caused their numbers to decline precipitously. So I think it would be beneficial if we, given that it's this more kind of broader approach, and this working group is going to be established to kind of flush out how best to collect information that'll be relevant to kind of going through the 3 phases described, and hopefully we'll be able to do that in some reasonable time frame. But I mean, even the exercise of figuring out what is the smart thing to do at these different phases as far as cost and effort, I think is a valuable exercise. That said, I think that it would be a good idea to think of how you could create opportunity in phase 2 and 3 of some kind that is data driven, meaning you create some limited scale take based on significant or reasonable recovery in certain areas, where then you use that, and we've talked at length about this, using that as a means, like a directed and experimental fishery that's designed to be a scientific analysis of what's available. And so that also rolls into the possibility of any future full-scale fishery that is entirely informed by the activity itself, the fishing activity, which is done in other parts of the world successfully. So I think that's all a valuable way to proceed. And I'd love to, and I hope if I can find the time, I'm happy to participate in that working group process, given my history on the RAC, the Recreational Advisory Council, and president of the California Abalone Association for the commercial fisheries. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I appreciate the work the department's doing.
We have 2 more speakers on the line. Jack Lickens, followed by Javier Silva.
Jack Likens here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic. As both Eric and Samantha know, I've been involved with abalone management for a long time, 20 plus years actually. And so I've gone through a lot of the ups and downs and fighting back and forth. And we all know that this whole topic has been very contentious over the years. And I think to a large extent, unnecessarily so. And I would like to see something, some kind of organization this time around that makes it less contentious and more transparent. I know the department and the commission always talk about that, and it's an important element. But, based on my last experience, and I think most of you will remember this with the fisheries management plan, a lot of the stakeholders were surprised when the department came out with a management plan that wasn't the one recommended by the stakeholder group, or had a lot of different elements in it that were a surprise to people, and again, causing contentiousness unnecessarily, I think. And I know the department has committed to do a better job in that. And in that regard, we all realize that there's not going to be an abalone fishery for a very long time. If you use the management strategy evaluation to figure it out, it's going to be 10 to 20 years before there's sufficient abalone to have a statewide kind of a fishery. And in that regard, I also agree with what Chris is saying. I think this whole fishery, this whole recovery plan needs to be based on smaller areas. And, you know, there are going to be some areas that, and we see it already, that seem to be recovering a little bit, other areas that are getting worse. And if you look at Southern California, since it's been closed for the last 20 plus years, you'll see that it hasn't really gotten any better in terms of the possibility of a fishery, and that we don't have very much data at all in Southern California. We have relatively more on the North Coast, and in Southern California, there's hardly any. And as you know, in Southern California, there's a lot of more species than in Northern California. The real only species in Northern California that could possibly ever be fishable is the red abalone. And, you know, from that standpoint, I'd like to really suggest, and I've suggested this before, and I was heavily involved in it during the last FMPA process, that the department train and use outside sources for their data gathering. You say it costs $80,000 to $100,000 a year just to collect the data that you collected this last year. Yeah, that's a lot of money, and it doesn't make sense to spend it all, especially when you have, you know, organizations, citizen science type organizations like Reef Check. You have the universities, Humboldt State, you know, Santa Cruz, Santa Barbara, all collecting abalone data, but it's just not very well coordinated. And if it were coordinated and the people were trained to do it the way that the department finds necessary to make the decisions they need to make, we would have 10 times as much data as we have right now, just from what's going on currently, without adding, you know, a lot of extra cost or elements to the data collection. So I would, you know, and I was happy to hear Joanna talk about that. That would be the suggestion I make. Use the data that we already collect and the department use it. And if you don't think it's comparable to department data or not exactly what you want, get them to collect the data the way you want, train them, and then have someone in the department coordinate all that, pull all that data together and publish it publicly so everybody knows what's going on. So those are just a couple of recommendations I would have going forward with the recovery plan. And one other request that I would like to make, and I've talked to both Joanna and Craig about this, I think that science team, which is usually a part, you know, you have a stakeholder team and a science team, needs to have more transparency. And I would like to nominate myself to be part of that science team. I think you're aware I've been a co-author of a couple of papers published that deal with abalone. So I have that scientific background, plus I have 30 years of experience abalone diving, and I have an engineering degree. And I know it's not common, but I think it would do a lot of good and go a long ways towards transparency to have someone on the science team that sort of represents the public more than just the science, in terms of I can give input, I can give feedback to the public, and I think the whole thing would be much more transparent if I were allowed to participate on the science team. Thank you for your time.
And our final speaker, Javier Silva, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. Javier Silva. I am a Sherwood Valley tribal member, also of Noyo and Yokeo descent. I have been participating with the fish and Wildlife's red abalone, previous management plan drafting strategies, also involved with the kelp recovery as well. I am on part of the community working group there that just formed. I would just say, I wanted to remark that maybe we, pay attention to what's being said around the kelp working group to see how successful it is before we say it's successful in the process that they are doing that. So I just wanted to make that really quickly. So there is some benefit to the way that they're doing that, but there are some issues as well. I am here representing my tribe and tribal interest, particularly in the North Coast, here in Mendocino County. I just wanted to remind the committee that, tribes have been using these areas since time immemorial. Red abalone has been a subsistence food. It is a staple food and also of some ceremonial significance. Back when I was involved with fishing wildlife, we were working towards a tribal take, and I'm supportive, and I would recommend that that's something we continue to look at. I am in favor of doing that as an emergency, immediate type of action, prior to any opening of recreational, commercial, any type of other fisheries around red abalone. So that's something that tribes have been discussing and will continue to talk about. And I also wanted to mention that, I am involved in this. I am increasing other tribes to get involved, or discussing with other tribes to get involved in how they want to get involved. And also, with regards to Reef Check that was mentioned, we are part of their team trying to develop, trainings for tribal members specific to get into the collection of science in their Dive into Science program, and hopefully to increase tribal involvement that way in developing additional data locations, increasing that so that we have a better idea of what the conditions are out there for decision makings around a tribal take and all the other fisheries as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion in the room? So what do you?
Well, I was just gonna thank Javier for his comments in particular, and I hadn't heard about that Reef Check program for training tribal members. I think that's a really neat idea, and I just want to thank you for your work with Reef Check in doing that. I think that's has the potential to be really valuable. So thank you.
Yeah, I think it's terrific, and we specifically spelled out that traditional ecological knowledge needs to be included in fisheries management in general. I don't think we've spelled it out. I don't know if we spelled it out in the abalone plan at all anywhere, but that ought to be called out, number one. And number two, I want to point out that to Jack's point about using citizen scientists, we already do. There are some volunteers among the divers doing the checks. It is a challenge because it's dangerous diving, as Jack well knows. He and I got separated one time underwater when we were observing abalone. These are rough waters, and the department, I'm sure, has liability issues and challenges with having divers trained. But there is a there's a training program where folks can train to dive as volunteers for the department. They're generally former employees, but not always, right?
Yes, that's diving for the department. I think what we're really looking at, so we take volunteer divers to dive with us, but that still is, we have to do the dive. What we're really looking at are independent groups that are going out there on their own. So Reef Check, the work that Keith's doing at Tankers Reef and others, integrating all of that work and having everyone using the same protocol, same methodology, being coordinated in their approach can really expand our knowledge base.
I'm glad you're supportive of that. So my question is what you need from us today.
Well, I just had one other thing to say, which is I'll admit I was a little, I don't want to say worried, but I was curious. I'll say I was curious about what the response from potential stakeholders might be to being a part of a body like this to work on the recovery plan, given that there were some perceived, I guess, and also maybe actual hiccups in the fishery management plan process. And so I'm really glad to hear that folks like Chris and Jack and Javier didn't say so, but maybe also Javier, and that folks who were involved in the FMP process are still willing and enthusiastic about this new group, this new effort to work on a recovery plan. I think it's really, really important. And of course, to Jack's point, if there hasn't been like an official sort of, it doesn't need to be official, but some kind of at least like debrief, lessons learned coming out of the FMP process before we go into this new one, I'm sure that would be really valuable. Probably something like that has already happened. But really clear expectation setting and transparency moving forward would of course be super important.
And I think specifically one of those things would be, with the department coming back with a group of recommendations with options before kind of delivering the final. But I think that might be a helpful step in the process. I think there was that sense that a bunch of options were talked about. It went okay, went into the kind of the black box of the department for a while from the perception of the committee members, and then came back with something that wasn't what they expected at all. So I think just at that point there needs to be a little sensitivity and thoughtfulness about how to communicate well so that it's not darn surprises. Yeah. So again, what do you need from us specifically, other than the idea that I think you're hearing support for the statewide recovery plan?
I think thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up, and we heard from stakeholders. It's going to be a while, unfortunately. Hopefully we've hit the bottom. Yeah. But we may not have hit the bottom. So I think that's where the time will tell.
And then the one specific thing to Javier's point is that when we're looking at allowing take, that maybe there'd be a first step, which is allowing that subsistence and ceremonial before anybody else gets a shot in those kind of that intermediate level, where there might be some de minimis take.
Yeah, agreed. And I think unfortunately we're a long ways off from any of those discussions. Right. So the good news, we have time to think about it. The bad news is we have time to think about it.
Fair enough.
A lot of time.
Anyone else? Okay, with that, why don't we take a lunch break? Back in half an hour, 12:30. Is that enough, or do people need a little more since they have to?
We need 40 minutes for staff.
Let's do 45 then. So we're back here at 12:45. Thank you all.
Okay. I didn't know. By Kristen Elsmore. I'll give a brief overview, and that'll be followed by a presentation from Kristen Elsmore, who's the Senior Environmental Scientist Specialist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So Part A, kelp restoration efforts. In 2019, the Commission had received an update on dramatic declines in bull kelp that was persisting across Northern California, and based on interest in tracking the kelp recovery and restoration efforts and strategies, the Commission referred this topic to MRC. In 2019, the department, in November of that year, the department provided this committee with an overview of collaborative kelp recovery and restoration efforts that were either underway or under development by and with partners. Then a couple of years later, in March of 21, Department and California Ocean Protection Council staff provided a joint update to this committee. In addition to highlighting efforts to track, coordinate on, and plan for kelp recovery, supported by an interim action plan for protecting and restoring California's kelp forest that had just been released by the council the previous month. That interim action plan, which was developed in partnership with the department, was intended to broadly serve as a starting point for discussions and planning amongst natural resource managers, the academic community, California tribes, coastal stakeholders, and members of the public. The most recent update you received on the status of kelp canopy coverage was presented in March of this year, covering both bull kelp and giant kelp trends statewide, which reflected persistent kelp loss in the north and different patterns of kelp loss and recovery across the remainder of the state. The department also shared progress on collaborative projects exploring kelp restoration. Part B, developing a kelp recovery and management plan. In February of 22, the department reported that, consistent with that interim action plan, that it was initiating a process to develop a statewide ecosystem-based adaptive kelp restoration management plan for giant kelp and bull kelp, with the ultimate goal of adoption by the Commission. Commission, of course, referred that topic to the committee, and so we're jointly addressing both of those during your meetings.
So in March of last year, the department presented an overview of its proposed approach for preparing a management plan. Developed in partnership with the Ocean Protection Council, the management plan would include 3 core components and a public engagement process, which is designed to include tribal engagement, science advisory team, and a community working group. So in July of last year, I believe it was July this year, MRC requested that the department prepare for today's meeting an update of progress of pursuing that management plan, as well as more detail about kelp recovery tracking and the range of collaborative restoration projects. Anything you want to add, Craig, or we go straight to Kristen?
Straight to Kristen.
All right,
So
Kristen.
I think worth pointing out that this is really an informational item, that there's no action being anticipated today. It's really for us all to be informed and, you know, hear new things. We've been talking about this topic for, you know, since I'm trying to remember what year was. I was asking Samantha, you know, when we first saw the real decline in kelp was 15 or so.
2017 was the first petition.
So
So 2015 when the phone started.
Yeah, so 15 was when we started to see the real drop off. And so, you know, we've been talking about it for a long time and we're looking forward to this process. I'm sure everybody is. But this isn't about making decisions, and it's hopefully hearing new information, not kind of hearing what we've heard before. Thank you with that. Sorry to interrupt, Chris.
Oh, no, thanks for that. And just want to make sure everyone can hear me okay?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Apologies for not being there in person. I'm sick and I will do my best to get through this in a way that you can understand me. Pull up the slides. Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Dr. Kristen Elsmore. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Marine Region State Managed Finfish and Nearshore Ecosystems Program. And for today's discussion item, if you could go to the next slide, please. I will be providing an update on kelp cover trends across California, a quick overview of restoration and research efforts that are being conducted in collaboration with a broad suite of partners. And we'll also provide an update on the development process for the kelp restoration and management plan. Next slide, please. So providing a quick update over kelp canopy across the state. This is a little bit different way of displaying the data than what we've showed to this group previously. So I'll take a moment to orient you to the graph here. This is really just to distill a broad range of patterns down into one graph. It's a very specific way of looking at the data. So on the y-axis, we have counties, starting northernmost county in California being Del Norte County, and then the coastal counties all the way down to San Diego at the bottom of the graph. And then on the x-axis, we have the percent change in canopy cover from before the heat wave relative to after the heat wave. And so we'll note that we are missing San Mateo County and San Francisco County on the graph. And that is because San Mateo County is literally off the charts, has had greater than 400% increase in canopy cover since the marine heat wave. And so I will, just for ease of visualization, it was removed from the graph. And then San Francisco County has not had canopy cover kelp present in the time series that this data is from, which is the Santa Barbara LTER Landsat imagery data set. You guys with me? Everything okay?
Oh, hold on. They're asking a question.
Yeah, so the 400%, restate the 400%. Is it 400% decrease or increase?
Increase. Green. Good.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
And you said that was San Diego County?
San Mateo.
San Mateo. Thank you.
San Mateo. Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to, there's a lot of material, so I was trying to go a little fast, but I can slow down.
Okay, no.
Able to hear
That's
me.
okay. We were just that one. It was fine. It was just that one stat that jumped out. We wanted to understand better.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Yeah, so just sort of, there's a lot going on here, but just to orient you, this blue line here and the red line, these are really just to help visualize the data. They do not have any ecological or management relevant, they're not management relevant thresholds or anything. They're just for visualization. So anything to the right of that blue line is characterized as an increase. Again, noting San Mateo is not included on here, but that it is way, way, way over to the right. And then anything to the left of that blue line is some range of decrease or decline that we're seeing and then again, counties moving down the coastline. So as you can see, Sonoma and Mendocino counties really continue to stick out as outliers with that major decline in canopy cover since the marine heat wave, clocking in at 95% loss in Sonoma County and 90% loss in Mendocino County. And as I mentioned, San Mateo County, as well as Santa Cruz County, San Luis Obispo County, and Santa Barbara counties all have exhibited increase in or more canopy cover since the marine heat wave. And then other counties have exhibited a range of decline across the state. And more details on all of this can be found in the written report that's associated with this agenda item. And I guess I could take questions now if you want, or we can jump back to this at the end of the slides. However you want to deal with that.
Could you confirm the time frame for these changes?
Yeah. Yeah. So the percent change that's being shown here is the mean canopy cover from before the heat wave, which extended from 1984 when this time series begins through 2013 for that pre-time period. And then the post-time marine heat wave time period being 2014 through the end of 2022. So it's the percent change across the mean.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. And I will note that is only one way to look at this data. As you know, kelp canopy data is very dynamic in space and time, and there's a lot of complexity and nuance here, but just to try to distill statewide trends across in one figure. Yeah. Next slide, please. So, as you know, we are developing a kelp restoration and management plan for the state in partnership with the Ocean Protection Council. And as a component of the plan, there will be a kelp restoration toolkit, which will ultimately provide us a set of scientifically tested tools for effective kelp restoration across our varied coastline. There are several of these techniques being tested as we speak on the ground, and the suite of techniques kind of fall into two major bins characterized by what we're calling urchin suppression techniques and also kelp enhancement techniques. So urchin suppression techniques, including reducing urchin densities via culling or hand harvest by commercial urchin divers, as well as urchin culling and hand harvesting by recreational divers, as well as experimental traps. And then for kelp enhancement techniques, exploring different techniques, including spore bags, seeded substrates and lines, as well as concentrated spore solution, which I'll later refer to as spore dusting. Next slide, please. So here's just a high-level visual for many of the projects that are underway across the state. So on the left hand, we have a map pointing out where all these projects are happening on the ground. And in the table, we have all of the different techniques that are being tested, either in isolation or in different combinations, to really better understand what tools might work well, where and when, so that we can have a science-informed management plan. All of these projects are in various stages of development and implementation, and they're collectively aimed to promote kelp recovery and, really importantly, explore the efficacy and feasibility of different restoration techniques across our very complex and diverse state. There is information on past restoration efforts that can be found in the Kelp Enhanced Status Report, so I won't be touching on those efforts today. If you could go to the next slide, please. I will step through these main projects, but also want to acknowledge there is a lot of other work going on that's not captured here, but we don't have time to touch on all of that. So starting with our northernmost site and project on the ground is this project that was really aimed at understanding the efficacy of coordinating commercial urchin divers to conduct hand harvest and reduce urchin densities to a target threshold of 2 urchins per meter squared to promote bull kelp recovery. This project took place in Noyo Bay, which is in Mendocino County, and really initiated some really strong partnerships and collaborations in this region, and resulted in coordination of divers being able to effectively reduce urchin densities to that target threshold in the key area of the project, which also resulted in some initial bull kelp regrowth, although it was quite limited and did not extend out into forest scale. And there are a lot of nuances with this project and some reasons why that might be the case. One of them being that the time frame for this project was quite short, as less than 2 years, and that more time really was probably needed to build out this project, and especially in the context of the severely depleted reproductive material in this bull kelp system. So sort of next steps here is this project really catalyzed those strong partnerships and collaborations that have really expanded to transcend into other projects that are going on in this area. Next slide, please. Another effort that you are quite familiar with is the urchin grazing suppression efforts through recreational culling at 2 key sites. So at Casper Cove in Mendocino County and Tanker Reef in Monterey County. And really the overarching goals for these efforts are to provide science-based assessment of in-water culling at 2 focal locations by recreational divers to better understand their potential utility and effectiveness for bull kelp restoration tool, as well as a giant kelp restoration tool in those key regions. Some key takeaways for these efforts for both projects and both sites. We have seen some successful coordination of recreational divers being able to self-organize and get in the water. As you are aware, at Casper Cove, that particular effort experienced severe negative impact from the pandemic, and resulting in delays in their effort and engagement. Although we have seen increased diver effort in this last year, really building up from and overcoming some of those challenges. At Tanker Reef, the divers and that effort appear to be not impacted by COVID-19, and they were able to get in the water and reduce urchin densities at that key focused area. And we did see some initial kelp regrowth at that site. Looking towards next steps for this body of work, due to unprecedented circumstances that delayed and impacted efforts at Casper Cove getting off the ground, as well as public interest in continuing culling efforts at that site, as well as Tanker Reef, the Fish and Game Commission is considering extending and or modifying the spatial extent of the regulations at one or both sites. So next steps for these will really depend on the outcomes of that ongoing regulatory process. Next slide, please. So as you can think back to the table, there's several different types of techniques that are being tested, and we have 3 sites actually that these techniques are being tested together. So different combinations of grazer suppression as well as kelp enhancement are being layered on top of each other to see if that really enhances restoration success. And so this layering of techniques and exploring that is being conducted at 3 key sites, Albion Cove in Mendocino County, Fort Ross, as well as Timber Cove in Sonoma County. And these 3 sites are in varying degrees of levels of implementation. And so Albion is the site that is the furthest along in this process. And all of these have had urchin suppression initiated, but that Albion we've actually been, this is like hot off the press, just saw some really early signs of success and some promising signs with spore bags and seeded lines at that site. So looking forward to telling you more about that as results continue to come in. And then for Fort Ross and Timber Cove, they're also in varying degrees initiating urchin suppression this year, and we'll be looking to see more results from the outplanting efforts in the next year. The next steps for that body of work is, again, they're at various stages, but certainly continuing monitoring the kelp recruitment for each of these projects and continuing grazer suppression. Next slide, please. There's another project that's going on in Drakes Bay, which is in Marin County, that is really testing out kelp enhancement techniques in isolation, so without grazer suppression. and really pairing those outplanting techniques alongside a suite of oceanographic instrumentation to really understand and get at the mechanisms that are driving that kelp recovery that hopefully comes through. So with that, this group and this project has completed the outplanting stage of this project. And so we'll be tracking for the monitoring results to see how the kelp responds in the next growth season. Next slide, please. And last but not least, for the main projects that are on the ground in California is the work that's going on along Palos Verdes Peninsula, which is in Los Angeles County. This is a restoration project that's been going on for over 10 years. Restoration is being conducted through urchin culling by commercial divers under a scientific collecting permit. And some key takeaways over the course of the last 10 years, this group and this project has restored up to like upwards of almost 60 acres of kelp forest. And I think a really interesting and important takeaway from this body of work and this project is that this project has had minimal maintenance needs for their restoration sites. So just to be very clear, these nearly 60 acres are not being continuously culled, but that these sites have been kind of worked through sequentially along the coastline and have really required very little effort going back in and cleaning up to continue culling. So just want to make that that point clear. Some next steps on this project, they have a couple more sites that they are cleaning up and are going to be transitioning into continuing that monitoring, that post-restoration monitoring phase. Next slide, please. You heard a little bit about this earlier from Joanna, so I can't not speak about Pycnopodia. So just a quick update on sunflower stars. As you are familiar, the state of California has lost nearly all of its sunflower stars, and we've seen little to no recovery. However, it's been a very exciting year for Pycnopodia. We saw our first subtitle sighting since the initial loss. This was a sighting by a commercial urchin diver, Grant Downey. You can see his hand next to the Pycnopodia in the upper right-hand corner. This was found in Mendocino County, and there have been several other sightings in the state since then across this year, and actually just another one confirmed in the last month. So very exciting to have eyes underwater and keeping an eye out for these species that are quite cryptic at this point. I would also like to note that the department contributed to the California section in the Roadmap to Recovery for the Sunflower Star, which is a document that provides an overview of the species, the status, and the threats, and really does a good job of documenting and characterizing what happened to this species and identifying key knowledge gaps that we really need to fill and prioritize to help inform how the species can recover. Next slide, please. As you saw, this body of work and just staying on top of all of the many bodies of work that are going on to move the kelp monitoring and recovery space forward. We cannot do it alone, and we have so many great partners and collaborators that we are working with to move this space forward. So just want to take a moment to acknowledge all of these groups, as well as our partners that are not represented via logo. And I imagine this will continue to grow, and we'll have to shrink these icons as we continue to move forward in this space. Next slide, please. I would also like to note a pretty exciting opportunity that we have underway. So the Ocean Protection Council, in partnership with the department and California Sea Grant, is creating this opportunity to fund $5 million towards state-funded projects that accelerate kelp research and restoration in California, aimed to really inform the development of the kelp restoration and management plan and move this space towards recovery of kelp. These proposals are currently under review, and recommendations for these funded projects will be brought to the Ocean Protection Council's meeting in December. So we look forward to updating you once those decisions get made. Next slide, please. Transitioning over to the kelp restoration and management plan. I will not walk through this slide. You are aware of the kelp restoration and management plan, as well as the goals and core components that we touched on last time. So next slide, please. So this is just a recap of our timeline for the development process for the plan. And as you can see, we got funding from the Ocean Protection Council to really initiate the development of this plan and support that throughout completion. And over the next few years, we'll be conducting scientific, tribal, and stakeholder engagement to inform the plan. Anticipate initiating the drafting phase in 2025 to bring a final plan to the commission in 2026. Next slide, please. So to give you an update on where we are in that process, over the course of this last year, we have conducted a solicitation and established the community working group for the plan and held our first community working group meeting in July and look to having our second one in December. We've established our science advisory committee for the plan, held our first science advisory committee meeting in September, and we'll have a second meeting in December in just about a week and a half. And in June, we held tribal roundtable listening sessions to get some really early feedback from tribes on the process and development and how engagement will be continuing throughout the development of the plan. I would also like to note that there is tribal representation on both the community working group and the science advisory committee, and that tribal engagement and consultation is ongoing throughout this process. Next slide, please. So to summarize all that I just whizzed through, just a high level for kelp canopy data, we continue to see persistent loss in the North Coast, and that there are different patterns of loss and recovery across the state. And this is something that the department will continue to track very closely. For research and recovery efforts, as you saw, there is a broad suite of collaborative efforts across the state and so much more that I didn't have time to cover. And collectively, all of that is going to inform the development of the kelp restoration and management plan. And then as for the management plan, we did get that funding to really kick off the development process. And we've begun initiating that engagement with our scientists, stakeholders, community members, and tribes as well. So with that, I will stop talking and open up for any questions. Happy to go back to any slides or expand on anything. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Thanks for that presentation, Kristen. Really, really helpful and comprehensive and providing a lot of context of what's happening. I did have a question about Palos Verdes, those 58 acres. I actually always thought that was continuous culling. I thought continuous culling was required there to keep those ecological benefits happening. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. Yeah, and I will also note that there are annual reports for this project on the Bay Foundation's website that they submit to the department as a permitting condition. And so there's a lot of details in those, and happy to pass that information along. Yeah, just a quick note. So the way that this project has unfolded, they work through site by site and do a really comprehensive clean sweep to reduce those urchin densities within the site. And so for the majority of their sites, they have not had to go back and continue culling to maintain those low densities since following reestablishment of the kelp. There are a couple sites that they have needed to go back to for very specific reasons, one of which there was a site that they started doing the work and the urchins were very, very small. And because the mechanism of urchin reduction here was through culling, they deemed that that would not be, it was not a good use of time. They weren't going to be able to do a clean sweep when the urchins were very, very small. So they decided to wait a couple years for those urchins to grow a little bit bigger to then go in and be able to make sure that they could do a more effective clean sweep. And there is one other site that they have had to go back to that they believe is attributed to a high density of urchins in the intertidal that might be feeding in to the adjacent subtidal system. So there's certainly a lot more we can learn about how to fine tune these techniques, and also recognizing that this is a technique that seems to work in this place and in this system. And this is why we're testing these tools across the state, because there's a lot of different ecosystems or a lot of diversity across the ecosystems along the state, and what works in one place might not work in another. And so that's really goes to why we're really testing all of these different tools out in different contexts. Does that answer your question?
It does, although it does, it just makes me have more questions. One question is, clean sweep, maybe this is a dumb question, but is that a term of art? Does that mean something different than what we're doing in places like Casper or Tankers?
Thank you. No, that wasn't quite the correct term. So the densities, they have a target density of 2 urchins per meter squared. And so I use clean sweep a little flippantly, apologies.
Yeah, but is it pointy hammers, or is it taking urchin out?
Oh, sorry, it is with hammers, yes.
So it's just interesting to me, right, that that's the case, that they do this in PV and largely they don't come back. But at Tankers Reef, after doing it for a couple years and stopping for only a couple months, then the urchins come back right away, have already come back. So I guess I would just be curious. Obviously, there are many conflating factors and many variables, but I would be curious what makes that true.
Well, I guess I would add that, excuse me, sorry, that we don't have the data to actually show that the urchins come right back in. And so I think if there's some data in the report that shows that those densities actually were able to be maintained pretty close to that threshold. And I think that's where that post-restoration monitoring at that site is going to be really key, is to understand if that is a different story in the Monterey Peninsula, or if it's the same. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
Like Smith said, it raises a bunch of questions. The one is, there was real concern about destroying the urchins and leaving them there because of possible reproduction that would happen out after they were destroyed, right? Or recruitment after they were destroyed. It seems like that's not. Do we have a conclusive answer on that? Whether removing them versus killing them and leaving them there is better?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really important question. And I do think there's a lot more science that we need to do to really flesh that out. But I think there's also a lot of philosophical and complex considerations around that too. So that's something that maybe, I don't know if Craig, if you want to add to that, or if you'd like me to expand a bit.
No, I think just kind of getting back to Commissioner Murray's question of the why, I think that's what we're trying to figure out.
Let's do that.
That's yeah. If we could wave our magic wand and do that everywhere, we would. And I think that's why we're taking this multi-pronged approach. Right. Trying all these different things in all these different places.
Right.
So over time, we can start to see trends and put the pieces together to figure out, well, why did this work over here and that same process did not work over there?
Yeah.
What are the factors that influence that?
Totally.
And can we figure that out?
And why that monitoring is so important.
Right. The number of variables seems immense that you've got to track for, because it seems like it could be one of the answers is that where in the cycle of a heat spike and a reduction in kelp, you want to start doing this, right? It may be that in some of these places we started doing it just the right time and it was more effective to let the kelp get its kind of jump start. Who knows? The number.
And I think to me the holy grail is, where do we direct our limited resources to get the biggest bang for our buck, right? We don't want to be continually running uphill in this one side over here if it's never gonna work. Where we can do it in a couple of places and
Right.
kickstart it and get it to work to get to the state we want it to be in.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because it sounds like she was even saying there are a couple spots in that 58 acres that are these problem areas where they're like, our effort is better directed elsewhere.
Or to President Scar's point, there's a temporal aspect to that as well,
Exactly.
right? And
Right.
so it's
If they're too
super
small.
exciting. We've got a lot of really exciting projects, and I think in the coming years we're going to have some really new insights. And I guess I would also point out that, you know, in the North Coast too, we have a really different context in which there's very real concern that we were going to lose our spore supply, our reproductive material. And so there may be some different additional layering of tools that we need in that area that might not be needed in an area like Palos Verdes, where restoration sites are, there is reproductive supply nearby. So anyway, just adding that.
Yeah, and it's also different species, right? We're talking about giant kelp.
That whole big
versus
elephant in the
bull
room. Yes,
kelp.
of course.
That's
Yes.
also important. Yeah.
Thank you.
And so learning that perhaps what works for one doesn't work for the other.
Yes.
And then the 20 other conditions temporally and spatially and.
Well, there's a pretty distinct difference between the fish communities in the two spots.
And the marine mammal communities.
Right, yeah.
Well, it's urchins are, they don't like crossing sand. Right, that's the impediment to their movement. Right, only the large urchins can cross the sand. The little ones can't. You never see little urchins on the sand because they would just roll around with swell,
They can't get
right?
rid of it.
So in places like Palos Verdes or like other places in Monterey where there's rocks that are granite and there's sand intervening, that's a great opportunity. And then you can do like down in PV where you do less passes, right? You just do one and then you come back and get the little ones on the second pass. Take Tanker's Reef, where these urchins have bored little holes into the rocks and they're really hard to find, right? And then there's a vast field of urchins outside of it that don't have that sand impediment to just run right back onto the reef again. So that's some of your differences. And I think on the North Coast, it has a disadvantage of it being a huge rocky continuous reef with really bad weather, right? And so it's really difficult to get movements going on up there. And then you're looking at oak kelp, which is an annual species, right? It just grows wherever there's a blank spot. Where a giant kelp forest, it needs its best hope of survival is to already be existing, right?
Well,
And
I
then-
will also add, I would also
Go ahead.
add that just there are areas across the coast where bull kelp persists, and that's the dominant canopy former. Same for giant kelp. And there are also big stretches of the coastline where these species overlap. And there's big knowledge gaps in how the systems are responding when you have those two species co-occurring. And so there's a lot of nuance here and a lot that we still need to figure out. And so that's where I think having a lot of these projects on the ground and a lot of the body, there's a lot of research that's going on that I wasn't able to cover, that there's a little bit more of that in the report that's expanded on, but there's a ton of work going on to really hone in on these questions and better understand how these systems even function, because we need to understand that before we can really be implementing restoration.
Yeah, there's for sure a lot we don't know. This is very anecdotal, but I feel compelled to mention it anyway, even if it's just to tell you, Kristen, in case you missed it. But yeah, I mean, we were out you have the Channel Islands in here in your graphic, which I really like the information being displayed like that, so you can compare all the counties sort of together. So I really appreciated the way you put that together. But you know, I was at Catalina this August and the water was warm and we were in Big Fisherman's Cove and we saw more kelp by a lot than we've seen in the 12 years we've been going there, right? And why? Even like the kelp ecologists we were with were really confused as to why that would be, but there was just like so much kelp we couldn't even do our transects, right? Like we couldn't even do our surveys. It was bananas. So it just, again, I realize that's 100% anecdotal, but it does get to this idea that there's just so much we don't understand and so much we don't know about kelp.
Yeah, thanks.
It was probably like 74. Wow. 70, 72, 70.
So I will also add there's you know, I think that one of the projects in Drake's Bay, for example, and then a lot of other projects along the North Coast are really starting to put out more instrumentation to understand there's the sea surface temperature, but there's also bottom water temperature, and that plays a huge role in driving kelp dynamics and kelp recruitment and their growth patterns. And so there's been some really nice work up in out of Washington that's really explored the role of bottom water temperatures and the interactions with salinity and nutrients in driving those patterns of kelp recovery and recruitment at those early life stages where all the action happens on the bottom. And so I don't know the specifics context of the site that you were diving in. I can't speak to that, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
But maybe there's some interactions with the ocean dynamics that are going on in places that we don't typically look in how we monitor these systems.
And we were even thinking maybe like the rain, all the rain and like the nutrient loading maybe coming. I don't know. Well, we were just trying to spitball ideas, you know, it was very unexpected. Yeah.
Right. I mean, obviously it would have been, you know, great if, and this, I was to blame for this, but we had, you know, done this research 20 years ago, so we were prepared to deal with this crisis we've got now, but it's the reality of what we've got. And it's really encouraging this holistic, comprehensive effort that's going on. Obviously, we're all really impatient to figure it out, and everybody's working on it. So really appreciate it. And I appreciate your incredible expertise and effort on this, Kristen. So you're critical. We're going to find some way to make sure you can't possibly leave the department anytime soon. we need you on this.
Thank you.
So one thing that we've been noticing, especially up and down our coast, the water is green, very green in a lot of places. That green water is holding the light to get down to the kelp. So that could be part of our problem. The pollution and the other issues that we're having haven't been historical, right? They're happening now, and we have to fix that part if we're expecting the ecosystem to recover. It's just not getting a chance to. We got the cold water, which helped us, right? We got upwelling, we got all these things that we're thinking are going to help, and then in certain places, like you're saying, should have come back and didn't. We all were shocked too.
Right.
But then that water was dirty all through the summer, so that probably didn't help us.
We've heard that with a number of species. People brought that up, that the runoff has been and pollution in runoff has been particularly challenging recently.
I think we need to learn from what's happening back east with all the high nitrates, like, you know, down in Florida and stuff, what it's doing to them. Because what's happening here, the nitrates are high.
Right.
Coming out of the sewage plants and stuff. They're not filtering that stuff out. So if Mother Nature can't flush it fast enough to filter it down, it's gonna have an effect.
Micro version of that is just clearly in the hitch. But fortunately there we can address it hopefully more quickly because it's, you know, concentrated specific solutions we can use. But yeah, it just points out again, there's more we can keep going around the table and we can add more variables, right, to all the things we need to understand to really pinpoint this.
I will also add just, thanks for bringing all of that up. The Science Advisory Committee for the Kelp Restoration Management Plan in our approach for seeding that really was to capture a breadth of expertise so that we really can have an understanding of these synergistic effects that might be impacting kelp and how they actually operate. And so really, we're really excited about the breadth of expertise that we do have on the team working on this. So stay tuned for, hopefully we'll have it all fleshed out.
Before we go, I want to see if there's anybody online who wants to speak. Anybody else in the room want to chat on this? I'm sorry, please. Yeah, please.
Like in the corner over here, dark corner over here, but really just wanted to express support. Yeah, Paige Verby with the Nature Conservancy, and TMZ is leading kelp restoration projects for bull kelp up in Mendocino in partnership with commercial urchin divers and a suite of partners up there, as well as supporting Pycnopodia recovery efforts. And our goal is to ensure there's thriving kelp ecosystems along the coast. So really just wanted to thank CDFW and OPC for putting together this really valuable report and presentation today, and express our full support for CDFW and OPC's efforts to manage, protect, and restore kelp in California, including via the KRMP development process. And we just really appreciate the state's prioritization of and investment in foundational science management and policy in support of kelp recovery, and look forward to our continued collaboration with the state to achieve our shared vision of driving kelp person resistance. Thanks for the opportunity to express our support.
I think Picnopedia is the word of the day.
That's fun.
Maureen, anybody online who has their hand raised?
Yes, we have 3 speakers on Zoom. Javier Silva, followed by Annie Bauer-Civillo, and Dr. Steve Lonhart. Javier, please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon again. Javier Silva, Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo tribal member. I am also of Noyo and Yokeo descent. A couple comments. I am participating in the community working group that started, and I just wanted to express my interest to Kristen and question also the process for the selection of the scientific work group, which is another avenue that I think we need more tribal representation there. I'm not sure if that they were recruited or not, so I wasn't aware of the timeline around the recruitment around that. But I wanted to make the remarks around the historical uses of kelp and the situation. I think that if in stories we've heard, and I think that we might need to look further back than 50 years and maybe back 100 or so if we can, even with historical verbal knowledge, because we've heard that these conditions have occurred before, where there has kelp has died back and has returned, and urchins have taken over before, and it has they have died back. Of course, there are variables like you guys have mentioned. I think you were touching into the nutrient loading, but I think that in addition, there's a lack of fresh water coming into the estuaries. I think that that's something that I've observed. I think that that's something that will be found out, that there's probably more water that's needed to come out of the rivers and the creeks, and I think that that's something that needs to be looked at, is quantity of water flow, fresh water versus salinity, and how far that it goes out. I think what I've read is that purple urchin really like salty water, and so the less fresh water there is, the closer they get to where there is available foods in competition for that food with abalone and other species. Another thing I wanted to mention, and something that I'm going to represent is and continue to push is, and California is pushing it, is the nature-based solution to addressing climate change concerns and such. So I think that while we think that culling urchins is going to do something, I think it's I think it just we don't approve. I don't approve of it. I think that there's other ways of going about that, and the reuse of that species, or finding a use of that urchin species, is better than going out and destroying and wiping out an entire species. But I would like to really push a nature-based solution towards that. So thank you all.
Thank you. Before we go into the next speaker, I want to make a couple comments. Thank you very much, Javier. I would say that I'm not going to point fingers, but I've heard politicians and regularly say over the past decades, we're wasting all this water, letting it run out to the oceans. Which every time I heard that, I just cringed. And we don't know exactly. Again, on this specific challenge, we don't know exactly what the role of salinity and the role of fresh water coming in near the coast, but it's something we've got to look at. And I think that we got to not. And people ought not to say that or think that that's a smart thing to say, because that fresh water is not just important to the fish upstream that are spawning in those streams, but it's also important to the ecosystem off coast. And then the second thing is, I've always been very reluctant towards the idea of destroying purple urchins. There's unintended consequences of anything we do, and in particular, and it's against kind of the values of conservation and this commission to do that. It doesn't mean it's not going to be part of the plan. I'm just saying that I think there's always been a real reluctance to do that, and experimenting to see if it can be helpful is worth doing, but we need to do it cautiously.
Kristen had something she wanted to add.
Thanks for both of those comments. Just want to address a couple things that Javier brought up. One, again, building on President Sklar's comment about freshwater, there are actually a couple of projects that are on the ground exploring the interactions with freshwater and bull kelp persistence and urchin density, and really trying to get at those interactions, and maybe that freshwater input might actually be providing some sort of refugia for bull kelp. So those projects are very much still underway. So we don't have early results on that yet, but that is a really great point, and definitely something that we are exploring and looking to continue expanding our understanding of. To your question about the Science Advisory Committee, we do have tribal representation on the Science Advisory Committee, and we have also held an open seat to allow some flexibility for if there are additional tribal perspectives and expertise that are identified to layer in, just recognizing that tribal engagement isn't going to carry throughout the process, and just creating some flexibility to really make sure that we're getting as many perspectives and expertise in the process as possible. So if you're interested, feel free to reach out to me and we can chat more offline about that.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. And I just also wanted to recommend that those tribal listening sessions are a great option for getting this information out to tribes. And I think that along with the red abalone working group that's coming along, I think that would be advisable to increase those the amount of those. So great, thank you.
Thanks, Javier. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and additionally, like I mentioned earlier about traditional ecological knowledge, there's, I think that Javier was talking about, we've got to learn from what we can gain and learn from the tribes about what's gone on in the past, and how it might indicate what we need to do going forward. I'm sorry, we're going to go with the rest of the callers, please.
Annie Bauer-Civiello, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Annie Bauer-Civiello. I am the Restoration Program Director for Reef Check. I think all of you are familiar with Reef Check and what we do, but if you're not, a quick introduction is that we're a long-term monitoring program of citizen science recreational divers. I think that you know our program quite well, but perhaps you don't know me. I'm relatively new into the organization. I started working about a year and a half ago. My background is in environmental management and using citizen science data for management purposes. I have a PhD from Australia, and I've been working with the international program of Reef Check for a really long time now. I am, you could say, probably a pretty Reef Check diehard. And so I just wanted to introduce myself and also kind of talk more about this long-term monitoring and the need of long-term monitoring. I know this comes up time and time again, and I just think that we've been monitoring a lot of the restoration projects across the state, many of them, and not only that, but monitoring the restoration projects across Oregon and Washington, and also working with some partners in Baja California and hopefully in British Columbia. So we have this standardized program where we're monitoring changes through time. And so I think that the biggest thing that I want to really highlight is that the lack of this long-term monitoring, in particular for restoration sites. It's just so hard to ensure that we're monitoring and ensuring that what we're doing is actually working. And Ecology 101 is looking at least 5 to 10 years for trends to look at, how things are changing. So if we're looking at Tinker's Reef, for example, we've seen increase, right, from kelp and a decrease in urchins, but it's only been a year or two. And I think it's a really amazing thing that you've got going on with so much social engagement that it's just more than an experiment. So I guess I'm reaching out to you not only as a scientist myself, but also a member of the community for Reef Check, and that this is more than an experiment. We've got lots of experiments happening with our science partners, but I just think that there needs to be more time. And with this heat wave coming right now, we have no idea what will be coming. If you stop, for example, I know I'm focusing on tankers, but if we stop calling at tankers, is this because this huge heat wave, or the changes that happen, that is because of this heat wave that's coming up in this upcoming months, or is it because of social factors? And I just want to stress that we need longer term monitoring on these restoration sites. We need longer funding periods for these restoration sites. And yeah, I think that's my point. But I also want to quickly say and acknowledge, Kristen, I think your talk was really good, and it was really interesting to see all the different restoration activities that are happening across the state. And it's been a privilege to partner with all these different organizations. It's just, yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, one more thing one more thing I had. I just looked at my notes. The other thing is I wanted to bring up was that the story of kelp forests are bigger than the kelp forest and urchin story. So one of the things that we do is the ecosystem monitoring that includes fish and invertebrates and UPC changes through time. And so what we're seeing is in some of these sites, yes, there's an initial increase of kelp, but we're still seeing the lack of improvement of other ecosystem species. So for tankers, again, for example, yes, we see like an initial signal of increased fish, which also has various complexities, but nothing in vertebrates. So we're not seeing a full ecosystem recovery at some of these sites, and we need more time. Sorry, I should have brought that up sooner.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Steve Lonhart, please go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Steve Lonhart. I'm a research ecologist at Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and I've been involved with department staff in doing some of the independent monitoring associated with tanker reef. And because Commissioner Murray sort of asked the question earlier about why is tanker reef different and why are these urchins coming in, Dr. Elsmore touched on it briefly, but I wanted to emphasize the point that we were just diving there Wednesday and Thursday of last week, as we do as part of our monitoring at the site for urchin densities as well as kelp densities. And in the cold area where Keith and the recreational divers with valid sport fishing licenses have been doing a phenomenal job of maintaining the densities below 2 per meter squared roughly for a year and a half, almost 2 years. As we went diving through there, collecting the data, I was struck by the fact that the urchins are still only in cracks and crevices. They're not out and about inside the cold area. They are more apparent outside of the cold area. And there was a tremendous amount of kelp still within that cold grid. My expectation, and I think the expectation of most biologists, has been that once the hammers turn off, that the urchins would swarm back in and gobble up all of the kelp that's there. What we're seeing currently, at least as of last week, most of the areas in the cold area have urchins remaining in cracks and crevices, and you can tell they're in there because they have drift kelp that's pinned to the site, and you actually have to peel off the kelp in order to count and size the urchins. So that's often a telltale sign of where the urchins are located, because they're actually feeding on detached detritus. And so who knows how long that will last. That is the typical situation we've had for most of my 35 years of diving in Monterey Bay, is urchins are in cracks and crevices. They feed on drift kelp. They don't go out and actively forage. So we're going to continue to do surveys there with the department staff, most likely in February of next year, and then again in April. And then we'll see what happens with the commission's decision on whether to sunset Tanker Reef as per the original designation of that regulatory amendment, or if it's going to be modified. But we're committed to trying to understand what's happening there, because the effort shifted. And at least right now, we're getting a little bit of a glimpse of what happens when the hammers turn off. And again, to Commissioner Murray's question, so far in the cold area, it doesn't seem all that different from the way it's been over the last year and a half or so. There's adult kelp, there's new recruiting kelp, there's urchins, there's drift kelp. And again, this is because of the efforts of recreational divers with valid sport fishing licenses maintaining the densities below 2 per meter squared. How long that will last, we're not sure. And that's why we're going to keep doing some of the monitoring to kind of figure out, do you get a year's reprieve? Is it 3 months? By January, will all this be changed and the kelp's going to be completely gobbled down and ripped out by storms? Again, we don't know. But at least for Tanker Reef, the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary is committed to continuing to do some of the monitoring with the staff at a certain to the extent that the CDFW staff can do it, at least through April of next year. And then depending on what the commission decides, potentially for another 6 months after that. So I just want to bring that up because that's the latest and greatest. As as Dr. Elsmore pointed out, we don't have those data processed, but the data have been collected. And as someone who's been diving the exact same transects since the Tanker Reef regulatory amendment went into effect on the cold area as well as in a reference area. And by the way, the reference area where culling has not taken place has virtually no kelp and lots and lots and lots of urchins. So it's very clear that recreational divers with a valid sport fishing license under the guidance of someone with the enthusiasm that Keith has are able to alter purple urchin densities, and with natural recruitment of kelp, it does show up. Now the question is, how long will that last? And we don't know, and that's what we're committed to continuing to do. So thank you for letting me provide that added context, and I appreciate you guys having the meeting today. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, Steve, I would just say I appreciate that context a lot. That's quite different from what we heard at the October meeting. We did not get any of that nuance. All that we really heard at our October Fish and Game Commission meeting was that the urchin were back and that they had already come back since the culling had stopped in, I think, July or so, right? So that nuance is absolutely appreciated. That is really helpful information to have. Does feel to me, this is a separate issue, but like we've sort of entered this, we've already sort of got the de facto sunset already and have entered this post-culling monitoring phase of the project. So, who knows what we'll decide when we talk about whether to sunset or not in the future, but it kind of sounds like we've already sunsetted the culling phase of this experiment and we've moved on to the monitoring. So, but just really couldn't appreciate that more, Steve. That nuance is absolutely valuable.
Right. It really was. I mean, and thank you very much, Fred. There is one other question about culling, which is that we've got 1,100 miles of coastline, and whether, even if it works, to what scale can we do it to make a difference? So all of this is got to work on it all. We don't have an answer. We've got to explore all these possibilities, and maybe it is culling in specific areas, and other techniques in other areas. Anybody else online, Maureen, that wanted to speak, and then we'll come back to the room?
Annie Bauer-Saviello, raise her hand again, and Dr. Kristen Elsmore is also has her hand raised.
Okay, good.
So should I talk? Go.
Yeah, Annie, go ahead.
Thanks. So I also just wanted to mention on Steve's part, I mean, obviously we've been co-monitoring tankers and Casper Reef as well as part of the program. So, and we do too hope to help in continue monitoring that program. I also wanted to say too, because this comment of culling being hard to do across the California state, I guess part of my what I'm kind of interested in and coming from management strategies from other places around the world is that there are programs that invest heavily in culling strategies across, I mentioned I lived in Australia, the Great Barrier Reef, which, is bigger than the state of California. I'm not saying that culling is the answer. I'm saying that there are places that have successful strategies in place that we can learn from that might not be specific to kelp forests. There's learnings there. And I just wanted to highlight that as well.
Great, thank you. Kirsten, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to add to the conversation around the nuance. So there is, just pointing you to the report that is attached and associated with this agenda item. There are the time series data that Steve was referring to in that report. It is only the purple and red urchin densities and the kelp densities. It doesn't encompass the breadth of ecosystem data that Annie had mentioned their group is collecting. So if you did want to reference that for future, the data is there.
Perfect, thank you. Greg, would you?
Yeah, I just wanted to stir in, or not that people aren't thinking about this already, but we know that there's urchin predators that are out there, that we know them especially in Southern California. When sheephead, spiny lobster get big enough, they start to eat. Now, it's not like these animals are going to reverse an urchin barren, right? But it's in terms of helping scale up, in terms of helping create enabling conditions for healthy kelp forests. It's something we can keep an eye on. It's something we have a potential role in with the way we manage fisheries and so on, maximum size limits, things like that. Up north, it's harder, right? Ichnopodia, wolf eels, sea otters, and all the complexities that come with all those. Less harvested, less clear what we can do. But when I think about how do we work at an ecosystem scale? How do we protect the culling areas that we did, or the research areas that we have? I think there's a big role for sort of the size and abundance of animals we know can help us along the lines of the nature-based solutions that Javier mentioned.
For those who may not have heard, that was Greg Helms.
And I wonder whether some of those Southern California species may start moving up the coast as things get warmer. So
yeah,
right. They're adding more variables to the what we've got to look at.
I think Greg ought to become an otter herder.
A shepherder.
He's up and down the coastline, just releasing otters, shepherding them up and down.
It's just where we need them when we need them.
Wayne,
Back, Greg.
yeah, might need a partner in that. That was Wayne Cotto from CCA.
You're gonna have to wear those Darth Vader costumes they wear at the aquarium if you're gonna do that.
Well, if it's a
All the
strong
time.
tornado, you might get lobster up in Monterey again.
Right? Right? Did that happen last night?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's right. Anyone else? Yeah, please keep.
Yeah, so couple things. There is one of the places we intend to go to is called Otter Cove, and it's in Pacific Grove. And there are excuse me, 16 sea otters that sit on that site, and they are predating on the urchins that come from the barrens into that kelp forest. And we thought that kelp forest was gone a year ago, but it's excuse me, it's still there. And it's been a year since we thought it was gone. So there's some hope for some predation in this area. The other thing I like to say in regard to Steve's comment about the urchins being in that kelp forest and suppressed, that's why we would like them. An urchin and a crack is a happy urchin. And then they're eating drift kelp and they get good gonad, and then they get reproductive, unfortunately. But then that's a good, the sea otters like to eat them. But over the winter is when we lose the kelp forest, because there's less kelp biomass around and the urchins don't have much to eat, so they go after the live. I ran out of something. But so that's kind of what we see happening, is that along the coast during the winters when we lose these kelp forests, like we lost Lover's Cove during the winter time. So this winter will be a big test of the tankers to see how those do. The other thing I'd like to say, like in regards to your being against calling urchins, I've called more urchins than anybody, right? Here. For sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, so, but there are better options for us too, right? Like, we want to make a regenerative fishery. So basically, we find the urchins that are 4.5 centimeters or larger. We send the commercial divers to go get them. And they take those urchins, bring them into programs for ranching. And in 10 weeks, these urchins have regenerated their gonad and are going to be marketed to people. And this is what's happening in Santa Barbara, right? That cultured abalone, they're doing that sort of thing. And Monterey Abalone Company can do it too. So there's, with these problems also come opportunities, right? We can feed people, right? That sort of thing. So I think there are better ways to do it, baiting, all those sort of things. But what I would say about the culling is that it's a necessary thing for us to do right now, right? That's the tool we have, but we're going to get better tools. Right now, we're just kind of learning how to do this. But in the future, we'll have some traps and different ways on how to get more people involved in it and from the fishing community and be able to feed a growing California population tasty seafood.
No, I want to clarify. I'm not against culling. What I said is I'm philosophically generally against killing native species. I think that's generally a good philosophy to have. But
yeah,
and I've been supportive of this experiment because the situation is what it is. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
And and you're right. It is an early stages in this process where we're trying to figure this out, and hopefully, we'll find better solutions.
So that we can move beyond it in the future, right? And not have to do that. But in the short term, we have to provide some ecosystem services, and it may be like kelp enhancement, energy suppression, and so.
But one of my concerns earlier that a lot of folks talked about was the reproductive reproductivity that could happen with fishing, which doesn't seem to be happening.
It doesn't seem to be happening, but what happens is when you have an urchin culling effort, you get the big ones, and what remains are a lot of little ones. And now you gave a lot more room for those little ones to survive. So it kind of has the same effect, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then, but my concern from the beginning remains too, there's the culling is never going to be a solution for the full coast. It's just not. It's just, partly because of safety. We're just getting divers in the water in a lot of these places, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be even at best, it's going to be one tool, right? In some places.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the room?
And just a reminder for folks, please, in the room to just state your name for folks online.
I was Keith Woods.
Yeah, it was.
I was in my.
No longer.
No longer.
All right, with that, we'll move on. Thanks, Craig, for this, and Kirsten for this, staff of the commission. We're on now to number 5, which is staff and agency updates, beginning with law enforcement. We don't have somebody from OPC today because of the staffing issues. The former OPC person, but so we're skipping that, and we're going on to law enforcement and Eric Ford. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Eric Ford, Assistant Chief for Marine Enforcement. I think we were supposed to give this, pull up the slide there. Supposed to give this report back in July, but it was a pretty busy meeting and didn't get around to it. So typically I give this report a little earlier on in the year. So this is going to be a statistics report on 2022, for the 2022 stats that we collected. It's always a good opportunity to be able to share a little bit about our work on the water and specifically around marine protected areas. I'll give an idea of what, also later on, I'll give an idea of what we'll see for the 2023 citation report as well, with some of the improvements that we made. And this first slide is a view of the patrol boat thresher at Blue Cavern State Marine Conservation Area at Catalina Island. And this picture is pretty cool because it shows a backdrop of the island. And as some of you know, I was lucky enough to patrol at Catalina while I was working on the boats throughout my career. And those of you that know, Catalina Island is usually very brown, and in this picture is from March earlier this year, and Catalina looked as green as Ireland with those abundant rains that we had. So it was pretty cool to see that. So before I get into the presentation, I'd like to thank Dr. Craig Schumann and Becky Oda with Marine Region for allowing their staff to help me break down the stats for this data that we pulled from our report management system. So very much appreciated with that. Next slide. So let's dig into it. This slide displays the 2022 MPA enforcement statistics. The data was captured from 2 programs we have in the law enforcement division that our officers use on a daily basis. One is our electronic daily activity reports, or EDARs as we call it. This mainly captures our patrol time, like activities and contacts and warnings, and it documents efforts. And the other program is our records management system, or RMS, and that captures our citation and violation data. And the stats shown here reflect our effort during MPA patrols. And an MPA patrol includes not just the work inside an MPA, but also around the MPAs where anglers tend to congregate. And here we have our patrol hours, contacts, warnings, cites, and violations. And for those of you that may remember from last year in 2021, our record system was limited to only extracting specific violations or section numbers. So we were limited to looking only at the Title 14, Section 632 citations, which is what officers cite for the general taking or fishing in an MPA. However, unless we pulled every paper copy by hand, we couldn't see the other violations that were being cited to individuals while in an MPA. For 2022, we implemented a significant change to RMS. With that change, we're now able to track every citation of violation occurring in an MPA. So that usually gets the question, what's the difference between a violation and a citation? A citation is a piece of paper that the suspect signs when we catch him poaching. A citation may just have one violation, or it may list several. So for example, you can be given a citation for fishing in the MPA and also for fishing without a license. So that's one citation and two violations. So in going over the numbers here, we have over 15,000 patrol hours, over 25,000 contacts, 889 warnings given, and then the citations issued 612. Of those 612, they were 602 MPA specific citations. And of those 602 MPA specific citations, there were 825 MPA violations. Of those 825, 422 of them were for the 632 section, which is just general fishing in the MPA, if that makes sense. I know it's a lot of numbers here. So looking at the next slide. So this is comparing the 2022 to 2021 stats. As you can see, the difference in the improvement we made on how we track citations in RMS. Again, in 2021, we captured all the citations issued during an MPA patrol, but we could only report on how many specific Title 14, Section 632 violations prior to the RMS change. Overall, in 2022, there was an increase in specific MPA violations, and just looking at the Section 632 violations, we have an increase of 149 additional citations from the year prior. We can talk about that in a few slides later. But what is really interesting to look at is what other violations are being documented now in MPAs. With 825 total MPA violations, and 422 of them were specific 632 fishing in the MPA violations. That leaves 403 other types of violations being recorded on MPA citations. So the big question is, what were they doing in the MPAs when we caught them? Next slide. So for this slide, we have the other 403 violations besides the general violation of taking an MPA, and we have them listed by species. On a side note, our most other common violation is not shown here, which is fishing without a license. If we included that in this slide, it would be way off the bar chart there. It wouldn't fit with the group here. The rest of the violations we grouped into specific species. So for each species listed, that would include all the violations for those specific species types of fish. So that would include size limits, over limit violations, gear violations, and out of season. So rockfish were the most common illegally taken species from MPAs, then spiny lobster, then salmon, and then bass, which would include the two main bass species, namely kelp bass and barred sand bass. Abalone is an important one to note here. And so this slide really shows us what people are going for when they do decide to go into an MPA and poach, assuming that they know they're in an MPA. And just looking at this, it's pretty exciting because we can get an idea of what kind of fisher demographic we may want to focus on for planning models. You can also look at this, Cala, from an outreach perspective as to what kind of anglers do we need to provide NPA information to. Or another step we could take to create a map for which species are the most targeted for each individual NPA. So definitely fun stuff to look at.
Eric, and I'd be, as you drill down, I'd be curious how much is onshore versus offshore, but we're looking at like rockfish and how much is spearfishing versus trapping on the lobster.
Right.
Undersized lobster versus just take a lobster.
Right. And sometimes we'll catch that, and sometimes in some of the data, usually if you have like lobster taken out of season, sometimes they're oftentimes undersized, and the DAs don't want us to stack it if it's out of season. Maybe it's not undersized. So sometimes we can capture that. Typically what you see along the shoreline is you'll see most of those cases are going to be shore based, but it really depends on the NPA and where we do our patrols. The island contact is mostly going to be vessel citations. What is algae? It's going to be people taking kelp, probably. Yeah, you never know. Well, just taking in an NPA, and the species ended up being algae on a couple occasions.
If we are creating a wish list for other kinds of information, I would also love to see how many are repeat offenders versus new ticket.
We have that. The repeat offenders are typically people that you might see in a commission action. You just probably looked at one of them on the most recent one.
But do they take up like 60% of the violations, or are they a small? It would be interesting.
Right, that's something we can make a note at. I think
maybe
a little data extraction could probably help.
What about sport versus commercial too?
Sport versus commercial, definitely. Definitely that we can look at. That's usually going to depend on the section, but yeah, we could probably take a look at that as well.
Eric, one more something.
So these numbers are just violations that wardens are seeing happen, right? So I report all the time through the app, calling, texting.
Yes.
I'll say, I just saw someone catch a barracuda in a state marine resort.
This is just California Fish and Wildlife data. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, and for those who may not have heard the question, she was asking about the reportings to CalTIP and such, and whether or not those are represented in this graph.
Yeah, so these are our citations that the wardens enter into the report management system.
That may have come from a CalTIP, but
it could have come from a CalTIP.
Not all CalTIP.
Sure.
It's a citation issued by one of our officers.
Thank you.
Next slide. So this slide shows a California map of 2022 violations. The larger the bubble, the more violations. The color of the bubble designates the type of NPA. Most notably red being the state marine reserves, and the blue and purple colors being the state marine conservation areas. Also noting here the frequency of the larger bubbles in Southern California, especially for the offshore islands and mainland near Orange County. Next slide. So for a little context, there's a bar graph on the right here. These are the NPAs that receive the most individual violations for each bioregion.
Always.
Montara State Marine Reserve and the Central Coast receive the most violations for 22. And looking at that data for that NPA, it's a specific combination of tide pool collections and citations written offshore on the patrol boat Steelhead. That patrol boat that we have docks just south of that particular NPA in Pillar Point Harbor. So those officers visit that NPA quite a bit, and for good reason, obviously. The next highest NPAs for citations was followed by South La Jolla State Marine Reserve. Then the Upper Newport Bay SMCA, Bolsa Chica Basin SMCA, all along the south coast there.
And South La Jolla is mostly lobster, right? Spiny lobster.
It's all of the above. It's a lot of rod and reel, a lot of lobster, a small smattering of commercial here and there.
Gotcha.
Next slide. So looking closely at 2022 trends for each bioregion, starting in the north. This bioregion runs from the California-Oregon border south to Marin County and includes the Farallon Islands. The majority of violations issued in this bioregion occurred in SMCAs during the summer months, followed by fall and winter. And just a note here for the seasonal breakdowns, spring is going to be March through May, summer is June through August, fall is September to November, and winter is going to be December, January, and February. And noting that winter is the only non-continuous seasonal cycle represented in the data, since December is separated by January and February in a single year. That makes sense. Another thing to note here is that in the north, we only had 1% of the violations occurring in spring. And in speaking with some of the other boat lieutenants in that area, we think that is mainly due to the several days of bad winds that we have that we had in 2022 during the spring on that part of the coast. So just not a lot of people on the water during that time of year. Next slide. Moving to the Central Coast bioregion, which runs from San Mateo County to Point Conception in Santa Barbara County. The majority of violations issued in this bioregion occurred in SMRs during the summer months, and most violations occurred around the Monterey Peninsula, but Montara SMR in the northernmost NPA in this bioregion received the highest number of violations for 2022. Next slide. And then the South Coast bioregion, which runs from Conception to the U.S.-Mexico border. This region had the most violations occur in no-take areas for both state marine reserves and no-take state marine conservation areas, accounting for 63% of all violations. Unlike the other two regions, most violations were issued in the fall, followed closely by summer and then spring. To me, the higher volume of the fall correlates with the spiny lobster season, most likely. That's when we see typically more people enter the NPAs to go get those lobsters. Most violations in this region occurred at South La Jolla SMR and San Diego, and then the Orange County NPAs, and then Catalina Island NPAs. Next slide. In summary, for the entire state, most violations occurred in summer, followed by fall, spring, and finally winter, receiving the fewest documented violations. State marine reserves received the most violations, and when combined with the no-take SMCAs, NPAs that prohibit any take accounted for almost 60% of the recorded violations. Next slide. And looking at the top 10 NPAs for violations in 2022, in the lead we have again Montara State SMR, and the next three being in Southern California. Then there is Sillamar on the Central Coast, followed by two more at Catalina Island. And compared to last year, there was definitely an increase in 2022 NPA violations on the Central Coast. Next slide. So some improvements for 2023, definitely taking some notes on what y'all suggested today, but we have got another round of improvements to look at for 2023. In January of this year, we made an additional modification to RMS to track not only just NPA violations, but we're now tracking all ocean-related violations, whether or not it's in an NPA or not. This will give us the ability to look at the most common types of ocean violations inside and outside of NPAs for each bioregion. And we can also take a look at what percentage of overall ocean violations are NPA violations. So definitely looking forward to that report for next year with the new data. And I'll continue by saying that LED is committed to using technology for predictive patrol planning for strategic purposes, not only with our current technology and systems, but also looking at expanding our capability with systems that we're currently testing or technology that we're looking to apply on a larger scale. Look forward to the discussion on those kinds of improvements. So next slide. And if there's any further questions, or you want to go back to a slide.
Well, I'll just say thank you so much. You know, it's been a journey to get to this place, you know, where we have RMS and some using of EFINs as well, which I know has also been helpful. But, you know, I'll just speak for myself. I've been wanting to get to a place for a long time where we can just like press a button and spit out, you know, information like this and trends and hotspots and top species, most problematic or from an enforcement perspective, MPAs. And we can do that, which is really wonderful. I think you heard from the brainstorm, there's still more information we would love to get and more kinds of information that would be useful. But really glad that we're able to look at it in this way. It's just so helpful. And I imagine it's really helpful for you too, for your team to be able to target efforts and know where to focus. And also, you know, not to silver line it too much, but 25,845 contacts in 2022 and 825 total MPA violations. That's like 3%. So that's still pretty good considering, you know, the coverage that's out there and the amount of compliance checks that are happening. That's pretty good. I realize it's not totally randomized, right? So you'd have to look at like where all those contacts are being made. So I understand. We talked a lot about data today. I get that. But still, most people I think are out there, good actors, want to follow the law, want to follow the rules, and there's something nice about that. So
right, in that large percent, 97% or whatever it is, there's probably a lot of education going. They may not know they're in an MPA. And then among the violations, I'm sure that some percentage of those are people who are, you know, learning and being educated through, unfortunately, a citation. But it is terrific.
And that's why the repeat offender information would be really useful.
Right.
Really useful.
Yeah. Please.
I'll just add that, to Lily, Cal Allison, Marine Protected Area Collaborative Network. To Lily's point about asking it just being Fish and Wildlife, we're also trying to gather similar data from allied agencies. We do enforcement trainings for every county and bringing allied agency officers together to train them to be able to at least recognize and enforce if they have that capacity and the authority to enforce marine protected area violations. But we're trying to figure out how to have a layer that can go on top of LED's report that would kind of give a more comprehensive view of enforcement efforts by our partners as well. And we're just working right now on having a common definition of contacts and warnings, because as we've discovered in talking to a lot of allied agencies, they define them differently. Right. You know, is it contact just saying, you know, hey, how are you doing? This is a marine protected area, or does it have a corrective action? Like you got to put the bucket of shells back. So
what's your sense of that? I mean, you know, are law enforcement agencies up now because doing this at all, or are they doing it just a little? I mean, what's
they're doing it quite a well, they're they're doing it quite a bit, because we have you know, every county we have that enforcement training, and we have now done, this is our third round of enforcement trainings, and we have regular participants. There's a lot of turnover, so we'll get new officers that, you know, is their first exposure to the training. What Aubrey's referring to as far as depending is getting them to actually report their stats.
Right. Yep.
So they're absolutely patrolling, which in and of itself can act as a deterrent if you see a uniformed officer patrolling on the beach, or in the water. But as far as, you know, writing citations and making contacts, get the best reports in Southern California. And that's where we actually hope to do a pilot where we're able to kind of layer our data and try to find, you know, ways to have a common definition. And then still working on getting regular reporting for the Central Coast and the North Coast. And usually state parks is kind of the most regular reporting allied agencies. And we're just trying to get some other local agencies to report as well.
I hate to bring this up because it means more work for the staff.
No.
I wonder whether we, you know, we did this award for DA of the year. I wonder whether there's something we can do specifically, maybe as a second award at the same time for a DA or law enforcement officers from these other agencies that we, you know, celebrate.
Well, funny you should mention that. we actually have a Golden Hook Award that came from the collaboratives, and he was here earlier because the only recipient was Clark McClellan. But the idea is that it could go for an allied agency officer too, that was just doing exemplary service and doing marine protected area enforcement and compliance.
So let's you know, when you make that award, bring it here too, and we'll celebrate them here as well.
Okay, yeah, because I think we tried to align it with the CalWolf event before, but I think it would be great to celebrate here. Sure. Yeah.
Great, terrific, wonderful.
Yeah, I just thought the data's awesome, right? But I don't want to take it out of context that we came out of COVID. We had a huge increase in outdoor activities. Bunch of new people on the water. We had all the expansion of new vessels sold. We had a bunch of people doing rentals, and we had tourism up. It's hard to get these people educated in what we do here in California. It is difficult to learn it, right? So we do as much outreach as we can. Going back to the point you were asking, I'm on the board of CalTIP, and the reason I'm there is to push the saltwater side of everything that we're doing, right? Because they can't be effective unless they know they can't be everywhere. The reason why we're going online CalTIP on the phones and stuff is because it helps build the case. Phoning something in gives them a tip, but they're not going to beat Johnny on the spot, right? So, but by taking photos and building the thing, you're helping them build a case, and that helps their follow through when they follow up. To then, when the VA needs that case, then you've got the documentation there. And that's what we're trying to figure out, how to best do that. And then we're trying to figure out how to educate everybody on how to use it. So we're doing the marketing outreach, we're trying to develop the process, you know, and everything internal with law enforcement. So, and then following up through the DAs, because just because we get the case there, it doesn't mean they prosecute it. And to the full extent, a lot of times they're dealing it down, which doesn't help us.
Yeah, and one way we're thinking about maybe addressing this too, if we're able, well, we're working on adapting the MPA online training so that it can be used as a tool in courts for prosecutors to actually recommend them to take the training, like traffic school. And if they start directing people to that, we can track if they've been directed more than once. So that's another way to, even if they don't get the citation, or it gets deferred and they get sent to MPA school, we can actually have a record of those repeat offenders that way as well. So that's another potential tool that we're working on. And the DAs are pretty excited about it with our MPA DA task force, which I hope you're aware that we have an MPA DA task force as well. And they just exchange information on cases that they're dealing with and the best way to prosecute, whether to go civil or criminal. And it's pretty interesting, but the best part is that there's dedicated DAs all up and down the coast.
Awesome.
And they're learning from each other, and they're taking these cases very seriously.
Very cool.
It's really cool. And we are seeing, you know, that a lot of infractions are happening in the same place. I mean, more of them are happening, or a large percentage are happening in specific MPAs. So that should be able to be helpful too. Work with those specific DAs, but even more.
Yeah, that have a lot of practice. Yeah.
Hi, Lisa Gilfillan from Wild Coast. Just loving the conversation to help continue to build the case. Another strong piece we have locally. Don't forget, we have the M2 radar systems in Encinitas and then 2 in La Jolla, including South La Jolla. So the huge advantage of this year is that we have now 3 operational cameras on each of those marine monitoring units. So we are able to track vessel activity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even if patrols aren't out there. So they have been used in the past for case development, and they are currently being used in a potential case going forward. So it's a powerful tool that we have locally that the whole, the rest of the state can't claim that. We also do the nerdy stuff on our end, where we're analyzing data coming out of those radar units monthly. And if you want to receive those reports, please let us know. Clark is a rock star at the state level for being the one who logs in the most and uses the M2 system a lot. So maybe he should be Golden Hook again. Gets props from us.
I just have it's not really, I don't know what it is, if it's a question or a comment, but yeah, we have this M2. We can look at South La Jolla all the time, and
Don't get her started. I can't.
And South La Jolla is our biggest poaching hotspot in Southern California and top in the state. So yeah, what else do we need there?
And I do set up reports, and I have pictures of people poaching almost every single day of the month.
Yeah.
I physically can see their lines in the water, or maybe something on the line, and so I send out those reports. So if anyone else would like them, please let me know. I would love to get them with me.
That's right. To me at this question.
I'm kind of looking at.
So the radars are an awesome tool. They're an awesome tool in that they are very supportive for cases that we make. But you still have to have the officers in the water, the boots on the ground to be able to get that person to sign the citation and get them in a court. Now, even in the part where where we have a line in the water, right? You still can't make the case if you don't see what's on the terminal tackle. I rolled up on a person in my career as a Blue Cavern where the guy was casting, reeling and cat. I'm like, oh, I got this guy. And he just had a weight on the end of his line. It's like, you're right. Yeah, he's practicing. So you can't even, you have to be there to
Totally.
expect.
But why don't we just have a person like sleeping there all the time at South La Jolla? I mean, like, it's right there. We know. I mean,
We got a clone Clark.
I'm sorry.
When people find out, then they'll probably stop it. When someone's
how
sleeping there.
loudly do we have to talk about the fact that we know it's a problem? I mean, it just feels like it's right there. I don't, well, why can't we just dedicate like somebody to always be there, you know? I know, it seems so simple to me. You have a hard job, I understand.
Asia Hudson, Environmental Defense Center, sorry if you already said this and to be that person. Is that report and like that data available to the public to like, for us to look at? So where?
I can provide the actual PowerPoint, and just those numbers there. I can't give the spreadsheet out that was made to produce it, but I can share the PowerPoint.
Well, this presentation it's in the meeting material.
Oh, okay.
You go to the summit, you can go down.
Yeah.
I mean, South La Jolla also does highlight, obviously there's understaffing issues and just having people out there from LAD. But using the allied agencies, it was hard to get the city of San Diego lifeguards because they're being pulled in other directions. They're doing their primary rescue duties. So even trying to get their assistance, they're out there as a presence, but to actually cite. And then, the city of San Diego Rangers that don't have the site authority for 632, so trying to get them granted that site authority because they want to cite but they can't. There's a whole bunch of little nuances of like agencies that want to help because they see it's a problem, it's in their jurisdiction, it's offshore, they see it, but there's all these competing factors.
I'm just thinking like La Jolla is a place with resources like public-private partnership. Major donors are like adopt a warden for this. But not like, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I think you have a warden cadet in the making over here.
That's a crazy question though. I don't know what the legal rights, I don't know how this works. But if a drone were to film someone actively poaching, and you could see what they were poaching. Not that we're doing that. Yeah, I'm not.
No, it's a great question because we have traffic light cameras. You can, and they take your picture and your license plate, so they know who's driving, and that's the case that's made.
It's a possibility. I think the problem is getting positive identification, knowing who that person is, and then getting a promise to appear. Now, if it's connected to the vessel registration somehow and just say, hey, if it's your boat and someone was fishing in the MPA off it and we have video evidence to prove it, maybe that would be a question for an attorney.
And there's some agencies that are interested in piloting this, and we probably get more of their support. I know Santa Cruz County sheriffs they had a drone and they said, how can we use this? Give us a job. So there's interest from allied agencies to try that. It's just being able to take in the information.
And LED is expanding their drone program. We're looking at getting some to use on patrol boats. It's a wonderful tool to fly ahead of the patrol boat and get some observations. Because they won't see the drone and until it's too late usually, and then we can pull up after the drone footage. So it's technology that we're breaking into, and it should be hopefully a regular tool.
It's not a crazy question. It is much more challenging to say a traffic light camera where it's people are in a lane and the camera's right there and getting the picture tougher, but it's certainly we should be using technology for sure.
It shows a pattern, but it's not necessarily good for litigation, right?
Right.
For prosecution. The one thing I like going back to is what Cal was trying to bring up, and I'm thinking about ways to push that forward. Your traffic school concept. And here's why. I'm on the San Diego County Fish and Wildlife Commission. So it's the other side of what we're trying to do on this side. Once the fine money comes in, how do we redistribute that out to the public, right? In the correct programs. So most of the applications are cleanups or kids at outreach programs or things like that. But maybe that money could be applied for this, because that's education back to the community, which is what got them there. Right, it's a rehabilitation type of program. So I'm wondering if we can do that, especially since I'm in San Diego County, right here doing it. Yeah, if we could put a pilot program together, twice a year, we take applications for, or petitions for programs, so it's something that could be done if there's money there.
Hey, Maureen, let me ask you, anybody online have their hand raised?
No, there's currently no one on Zoom with their hand raised.
Nobody wants to talk about enforcement.
It's the best part. Right? It's a great discussion, and thank you as always, Rick. Thank you for your work and your fellow wardens for all they do. Turning to Craig Schumann and the Marine Region Report.
In your binder, you have an update on market squid. And unfortunately, we found Calurpa in San Diego Bay, or we didn't, but it was found. So the Southern California Calurpa Action Team SCAT is in the process of trying to remove it, eradicate it as quickly as we can.
Yeah, any questions on the report that's in the packet or from Craig now?
Well, I would love to go to one of the squid FMP meetings. Is there one in January?
I can find out.
Yeah, I was
You
hoping
are
to be
more than
able to,
welcome.
well, because I never got to go to any of the lobster FMP meetings or the Pacific Herring, and so going to one of these like sort of stakeholder driven ones, I think would be really interesting, so I'd love to go.
We will make sure to send you a VIP invitation.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Craig, just a real quick question. At Pacific Fisheries Management Council, they're getting ready for the CPS and Hake study, stock assessment for 2025. So they're gonna be going through meetings starting this month on the how they're gonna do that and try to combine the two studies. Is that going to be used in market squid for the state in any way? Do you know?
I don't think so, but it's possible. We'd have to check with the squid team because they don't. I don't think they do squid the same way they do
Sardines and anchovies.
Sardines, yeah, different life cycle.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Right, because it's a whole different. Probably the squid will spawn in one area and lay eggs. And
that's part of the question of their survey for sardines and anchovies too. So, okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. And Maureen, anybody online who wanted to talk about this one?
No, there's currently no one on Zoom.
And there's an in-person meeting in Oakland in January. Thank you to Brianna for quick notes.
Great. There's no one on
Our cool Craig.
We'd love to have you.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Already, we're turning to 5C, which is mission staff updates, and Melissa is, in light of the strike, is covering all three of these. Like you didn't have enough to be ready.
Several acting positions this week. Put them on. It's been interesting. So yes, in your materials, you have written updates on the state water bottom leasing process, on the marine protected areas regulation change petition process, and also the naming installations policy that's currently under review will be coming to the commission in December with some ideas, and that will also be discussed at the tribal committee meeting. So I've written updates on all three of those. If you have any questions, or if members of the public or stakeholders have comments or questions.
Anyone?
No.
Yeah, please, Emily.
Yeah, so I have comments on two things under this one. So for the aquaculture item, so I'm Emily Parker, marine scientist of Kelp Bay, sorry. And for this one, I'm gonna speak on behalf of myself and also EAC of West Marin, a partner organization. And so I think for the aquaculture item, just wanted to express support for the implementation of our shiny new tool, the new public interest determination criteria. Specifically, I know for the three leases that are before the commission or will be before the commission soon. Just wanted to maybe get a little bit of clarity on how exactly, because I know two of them have already received their public interest determination, and I know we don't want to redo that. That doesn't make any sense, but just curious how those two applicants will be sort of folded into this new process as we're rolling it out. I'm curious if there's been thought around that. And then just also wanted to express support for the public vetting that's going to happen at the March MRC. We'll definitely be there. I'm excited to see the conversations around some of these projects, especially since one of them is in my backyard. But yeah, just excited to use our shiny new tool. And I'll pause there because I have also MPA I want to say, but I'll
So for the applicants who have already gone through that process, we are not taking them back to square one, but we are asking them to be part of the discussion in March at MRC and also to begin engaging in the interagency coordination conversations where we're bringing the agencies of jurisdiction together to meet with the applicants, talk about their projects, where there may be concerns or questions, getting those answered and addressed as much as possible before bringing something back to the commission for consideration.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you, Melissa.
So let's bring it to the MP. Let me just ask, does anybody else want to have online, have any questions about bottom leases?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Emily, go ahead with MP.
Okay, cool. So I think I'm the only one, but, and then I guess I'll also follow up by saying also very supportive of the interagency coordination that the whole staff is doing. It's very impressive and I think very important for this process because there's lots of different components of the aquaculture leasing process. So supportive of that as well. So for MPAs, I think, again, speaking on behalf of myself and also Surfrider, EACA West Marin, and a coalition of other nonprofits that are all working on coastal marine protection, just again, want to support or express our support for the petition process. We're stoked to see it as like a tool for cleaning up MPA regulations, and also want to express support for the staff that are taking on this colossal task. We know it's colossal, and also recognizing that there are folks who are missing from the table today, and understandably, we know why that's happening, but I'm looking at you, Melissa. We know this is a huge colossal task, so thank you for taking it on, and thank you to the collaborative network people that are here for putting together guidance for all of the petitioners. It's been incredibly helpful as someone who's working on a petition myself for putting all that info together. I do want to recognize that, the public notice of the process was a little delayed, and I was wondering if there's any information that can be provided from staff today on like the level of outreach that was conducted in particular to tribal nations, and whether or not staff is feeling really confident at that outreach and awareness that was done around petitions, especially since we're not going to be able to do this again for another 3 years. So I'm just curious about that. And then I also have a couple questions that some of our partners brought to me around clarification for the actual process itself. So one of those was, obviously we have this November 30th deadline that's fast approaching, and a couple of partners that I spoke with the other day were curious as to whether supporting documents like support letters can continue to be submitted following the November 30th deadline, or if there's a preference for like the whole package to all come in at once. And then also some curiosity around how staff will be working with applicants following the deadline. So like between November 30th and the MRC meetings next year, will it be kind of like how, aquaculture lease applicants are worked with, where there'll be like one-on-one conversations, or is it going to be all very like batch review kind of? So we're just a little curious how it'll work. Also understand that there may or may not be answers to these questions, and that's totally fine. And then I'm also curious around the dates for the MRC meetings next year. I know in the staff report, we're looking at March, maybe July, also maybe or November. So I'm curious if those dates are sort of intentionally being kept loose until we see like the volume of petitions that are going to come in, or if there's been, I'm seeing that. Okay. I had that theory, but I can pause there. I have one more comment, but those are my questions that are from lots of different people that I'm expressing.
It's a lot of questions.
Yes. So with regard to the tribal outreach, I think, as you know, we are not happy with the level of outreach to tribes. And so we have a letter going out tomorrow to the tribes. We'll have a conversation with tribes during the tribal committee meeting in December.
Okay.
And we will also be requesting from our commission in December to allow tribes, if they have proposals, to bring those forward in January.
Okay.
Timing wise, because they did not get the same notification because we had 2 tribal committee meetings that were either canceled or delayed.
Right. Yeah.
And so we didn't have that opportunity that we had been anticipating. We had planned to use that meeting for reaching out to the tribes, and we lost that opportunity.
Okay.
But if they want to and are able to submit petitions by November 30th,
we already
this
have a couple of
process,
those come in.
that's fine. Okay,
Yes,
great.
absolutely.
But there was
But-
some
and,
confusion whether it was going to be a
no
separate
guarantee
process.
that our commissioners will agree to allowing this extension, right? But we
Right.
can't just unilaterally. And an extension, I guess, is probably not the best word,
Yeah,
because
we can
November
receive
30
petitions
Right,
anytime.
November
Right.
30 was a
Right.
requested date. It's not a
Right.
deadline per se. It's a request. Could you please submit by November 30? Because then that provides commission staff the opportunity to review the petitions, make sure that they are complete, that they aren't being rejected because they're incomplete, don't have the necessary information, which just for awareness, when we have one of those, and that's not just for MPA petitions, but any petition, we often have petitions that are incomplete. And when we review them in the office, we notice that, we immediately contact the petitioner and say, hey, here's what's missing. Do you need assistance? We're happy to help you if you do. Otherwise, can you please provide the information that's missing?
Got it.
And we give them that opportunity. We would do the same thing here. We wouldn't treat that any differently. And then once it's complete, then we are coming to the December commission meeting, presenting to the commissioners what we've received so far. And then we'll come back to them in February, asking them to take action on, are you referring this to the department? Is this something you want to flat out say, no, we're not interested in doing this? And then you'll deny that. And then the commission, the department has an entire role with an evaluation of those petitions. And again, depending on the volume, depending on the complexity of those proposals, we really don't have a sense of how much time and energy and effort that might take.
Sure.
So to make a commitment that, oh, yes, we'll have this done by the July MRC meeting, will be the final conversation.
Makes a lot of sense.
We have to see what comes in.
That makes a lot of sense. And that's what I had assumed, so.
She had some other questions too. The issue of can support letters continue to trickle in? I mean, of course,
Yeah,
I would say, yeah.
That's what we assumed. I wanted to be sure.
I don't think the support letters are, I mean, I let Dr. Shimon reply to that, but hard to imagine that I support what has been proposed is going to change the department's evaluation of that proposal.
Well, except that cross-interest is something that has been encouraged, so.
Like a community-based.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I bet,
We always-
oh, sorry.
I would say we always, all public input is always taken into consideration one way or another, yeah.
But the types of analyses that the department can do that others can't,
too.
right? That's the sort of stuff that the support letter is not gonna change.
And we let
the
support,
analysis.
we let letters support and opposition come in right into the day we decide to
Until
do
the day
something.
you decide.
I think what we're seeing too is, maybe some agencies are reluctant to actually submit the petitions themselves as an agency, but are very willing to write a letter of support on agency letterhead.
Right.
And so,
That's a good
obviously
point.
that's hopefully will weigh into consideration if that's the land manager and the landowner that's providing that support. Speaking of which, is there a separate process with state parks, with MPA regulatory changes, areas that are co-aligned with state parks? Or are they still going through the same petition process? Okay.
I would say on letters of support or and adding to these applications, sooner the better, right? In general, the more we have early, the more we can incorporate that early on, but it comes in the very last minute.
Okay, but yeah, this is something that popped up, I think, in an MSLT meeting, that there might be a separate process with state parks or separate conversations. So I'm just confirming so that those petitions are covered and they're not.
Want to look into it and come back?
I think maybe we can have a conversation.
Okay.
Did we get all your questions answered? Emily?
Yeah, those are all my questions.
Do we get them all answered?
Those are all, those are all the
I didn't write them
questions.
down.
I have
Okay.
one other little comment to add, which is just that, from all of the petitioners that I've spoken to, I know one of the things that we were told for today was like, if you do want to ask for an extension, please ask for it early. I don't believe any of the partners that I know of that are submitting petitions feel the need for an extension. Everyone is pretty much ready to go. I feel like I'm looking to the collaborative people next to me to sort of confirm that, but I don't think anyone's gonna need an extension, so we're good on that front. And I wanted to acknowledge just also that this petition process is of course just one piece of the broader adaptive management plan. And so looking forward to the December meeting, I know we're also gonna have our annual MPA update like we have every year. And before the strike that is currently happening, I did have a chance to speak with staff and ask if that would be a good opportunity to express other recommendations that don't fit neatly into a petition, that aren't quite exactly ready for like this exact MPA, this exact regulation change, but broader ideas around things like climate vulnerability assessments or habitat coverage across MPAs, looking at potential analyses that we're hoping for the commission and department to do, or even for outside partners to conduct over the, over the course of the next few years, but maybe even sooner than that. So just wanted to provide the heads up that we're looking forward to providing that kind of detail in December, and just wanted to make sure that that's a good opportunity or a good time to do that. Because there are lots of ideas that don't fit neatly into the, the circular hole of a petition, if you will. lots of square pegs.
And those petitions are specific to regulation changes, right?
Exactly,
And so
exactly.
things like you're saying, hey, habitat coverage, right? What are those, what does that look like? That's not in regulation, but
Right.
it is in the master plan.
Right.
And so that would be, that would be the sort of thing that you would be suggesting potentially a change to the master plan, which of course was adopted by the commission, and we need to go through that
process
from application.
So I appreciate the enthusiasm and the energy, but also I think we are envisioning a robust petition review process that will likely take all of the air out of the room for the better part of 18 months to 2 years. So we just need to manage expectations.
Okay.
We need to manage expectations about what else we're going to do while we're evaluating all these petitions. Because if the enthusiasm and energy I'm hearing, which is great, it's going to be a tremendous workload to evaluate, review, analyze, vet, and then do the rulemaking for this petition process. And that will be all encompassing. That will be all we do in terms of adaptive management for, could be until the next 5 years. Who knows how much we don't know, but just being mindful, those are the trade-offs that we'll be looking at. And then in terms of timing of petitions and support material, once we get the green light from the commission of here's the stack, however big it is,
and hopefully prioritize.
Go off and start working, hopefully prioritize. As if new information comes in while we're doing that evaluation, that then sets us back, right? So, we hope to have that body of knowledge and then be turned loose to do whatever you want us to do, we'll go do it. But then if new information is drawn in or we get diverted on other things, that will detract from that effort.
It's exciting.
I'm super excited.
So just for like clarification.
And again, repeat, we can continue to repeat our names for those who are online. We still have 52 people online.
They're not speaking, but they're there.
Asia, Hudson, Contact Center. So for like when we submit November 30th, and you like review those petitions, I'm assuming like there's gonna be like a scope of like there's kind of probably like really simple, like we want this either changed to SMCA or SMR and like maybe like more cut and dry versus like I want like all of these regulations and like these no take and all this. So depending on the level of I guess difficulty for the petitions, will that also impact like if this is a very simple petition, doesn't really require that much analysis, will that kind of be like this is already greenlit or like, will that kind of be like fast tracked more so than something that's like, I need to spend like maybe 2-3 weeks, maybe longer, depending on what committee staff is doing.
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
But the longer answer is that's part of what I was asking, talking about race prioritization, because it'll be part of that sorting process that we'll have to go through. Again, we don't know what we're going to get, right? We don't know whether we're going to get a ton of little ones or a ton of everything. But yeah, there'll be a process like that. And both in public and then Craig will be working with his team on what they can accomplish and want to probably come back to us and say, okay, this is stuff we can low-hanging fruit, we can just knock out, for sure.
You're first.
Okay. Yeah, this would be great to get some clarification on, because hopefully we didn't lead petitioners astray. But we also were hearing that they didn't want a whole bunch of little petitions, and that if we could group them, that would be better, but that makes the petition more complicated because there'll be multiple asks within one petition.
I think we can pull stuff apart if it makes sense and regroup, but I think it does, having each group condense their stuff, it will be helpful to the process.
Okay,
it doesn't mean we can't separate them.
Okay,
based
wonderful.
on what's being proposed.
Minorly panicking.
So that's actually, so from commission staff, we've been thinking about how do we in fact present this to the commission in December, right? Because we normally just have a table that says, here's everything that's been recommended by fine frame, et cetera. And this is a little bit more complicated. And so we had an initial conversation about how we divide these out potentially and how we share them with the commission for that very reason, that there may be folks who have, in an effort to try and not have 500 petitions, combined a number of different potential actions. And so we're thinking like maybe a table format where there's like a column for boundary changes, there's a column for enforcement concerns or something,
different categories of asks that can help us easily identify the types of actions.
I will point out that in the table we shared with the Reg Recs discussions, we did put those categories in the final column. So it'll say whether it's a boundary change, whether it's regulation change, or whether it changed the type of MPA.
And if it was responding to enforcement needs.
Yeah, well, Paul had my question, but my question is,
For you.
I am Keith Rutzar, and I still am, and I'm not joking. And so, my question is how thorough we need to be with the petition. This is taking a lot of effort to put together some of these petitions, and there's one of the asks was to look at the historical reference for the MPA designation and how it was, and going back through all the history of how it was, and you got like 6 pages to write this thing, but I mean, trying to slim it down and not go on and on about this MPA process. And then there's all these references, right? You can make reference documents. I mean, look at that, an encyclopedia of information that follows along all these things. You know, it's kind of daunting for a petitioner to write all that with the blunt end of a crayon, you know, like I think it's a pretty high bar for people to do this. And I want to know, like, how much information do you want up front, you know, as opposed to we're going to kind of put out the question and then we're all going to research it and pound it out later on.
I think you don't, I mean, I would say not the latter, right? The put it out there, pound out the research later on.
Okay.
I think that's probably not the threshold.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be case by case on, are you talking about creating something whole cloth or, you know, turning the dials on something existing? But I think the rationale is super important.
Okay.
I mean, you know, yeah. Each case is different. You got to give enough information to make it compelling.
Okay.
And those crayon boxes have that little sharpener in the back. You can sharpen.
Yeah.
Also, longer isn't, I mean, this is something this quote I learned from Greg. It's like, if I had more time, I'd have written you a shorter letter or something like that, right? So
Which I stole from Mark Twain. Which most of my repartee is.
absolutely, but you know, longer is not always better, like still brevity and being succinct and just the salient points preferred for sure. I don't think Craig's team wants to be reading like petitions that are 40 pages long, right?
And I think it's, you know, we don't, you know, if you're getting the reference material from us, right, you don't need to resend it.
Sure.
Right.
It's
Links.
citing your sources.
Can we just like hyperlink it?
Yeah.
Or do you want to have this? Do you want a ton of documents?
Documents.
All right.
And I would envision, my crystal ball is not very good usually. Coming back after the initial evaluation, and we've got, you know, the low hanging fruit, the yes. We probably got a pile of we recommend no, and we probably got a pile of we recommend maybe. And those maybes would, you know, going to take up 90% of the time.
Sure. Thank you. I think the equivalent of Greg's, Winston Churchill said something about how if I need to write a 2-hour speech, give me 3 hours. If I need to write an hour speech, give me 10. If I need to write a 2-minute speech, give me 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Something like paraphrasing.
Yeah.
Well, and to Co-Chair Murray's point, the information about the rationale, why is this change important, right? There's an MPA that was established. Oh, look at that. And just as I say that, there's Tom Hafer. Each of those MPAs had a group of proponents behind it and a rationale for why this MPA, why here, and why these allowed activities or disallowed activities. And if you don't understand that history and you propose something that's quite contrary to the original intent, guarantee you're going to hear from those folks. And so to the extent that you can understand the rationale behind that MPA, it's going to be more helpful to you in proposing changes to it.
Whereas like Adrian was talking about, you know, a simple one kind of small change, that should not be a 6 or 7 page application, right? Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Maureen, anybody online? Thank you.
No, there
Okay,
currently no one online.
So now we're on to 6, which is general public comment. Anybody in the room have something that's not on the agenda that they want to bring up?
And while we're doing that, for those who are online, if you have anything specifically for general public comment that you'd like to share, please raise your hand now.
And I just want to mention, we moved this to the end of the meeting, not because we don't want public comment, general public comment, but because this isn't like a regular commission meeting, the committee meetings are different. It's about discussion about ongoing items generally. And public comment should really be limited here to bring something that you'd like to see on our agenda going forward, and very brief. We'll discuss it, and if you know there's a general sense we wanted to bring it up, put it in the agenda, we'll do it for another meeting. But that way.
Yeah, I just want to give you an update on the 12-month fishing license process. We're in it now, and we've been questioning whether or not it's going to be positive or not, right? And we actually have pretty good news. As of right now, we're at 2.2 million licenses for this year, and and this is only going through October. Last year we had 2.4. But the good news is that the income, we had 73 million last year, and we were already at 76 million. So it's not hurting the department. And we still have 2 months to go within the licensing system. So we didn't get that big fall that we thought we were going to get, even though we know licenses were going to fall off from the COVID licensing boom that we had. So I just want to give that up.
Oh, that's terrific. That's
the
great.
electronic application is on schedule for mid next year, so that you'll be able to show your licensing on your phone.
Awesome.
That's fantastic news. Thank you for sharing that.
And we might want to, I've been tracking the sales as well, and then the report cards and enhancement stands. We get monthly updates and have been tracking the fall off from COVID, and then seeing the different trend this year of purchases because of 365. And so if that's of interest to the commission, we could probably bring that to you for hunting and fishing.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I don't want to speak for my colleagues on the terrestrial side, but I'm really happy to do that.
Perfect. Is anybody online?
Yes,
Anybody
there are
raise
two
their
people
hand?
online. Oh wait, three
Okay,
people with the raised hand.
Okay, go ahead, please, Maureen.
All right. Richard James, followed by Phoebe and Tom Hafer. Richard James, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
You can.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you for this opportunity. Commissioners and everyone there. The definition of what it means for a shellfish lease to be in the public interest has been defined, and this is good news and will help moving forward in the aquaculture realm. I applaud the department and the commission for their work to achieve this. It is my hope that the department and commission will make similar efforts to address long-standing issues with current and past shellfish leases that negatively impact wetlands. The following issues provide more opportunities for continued success. And there's just three of them. The first is the hundreds, likely thousands of oyster bags and iron racks that were buried in Tomales Bay during the 1982 flood event at the mouth of Walker Creek. And now that the unpermitted creek diverting fences that had been there for 20 years have been removed, the creek is now running to where it wants to run, and it's been scouring out the mud that was deposited in 82, and those racks and those bags are showing up by the hundreds. So that's something that's an opportunity for success. Number two, lease 43006 is assigned to an absent grower that is being operated by a longtime sublessee. The proposed transfer of this lease from the current leaseholder to the sublessee is being held up, I am told, because of lots of debris that is not being cleaned up by the sublessee. This lease has deposited zero funds into the escrow cleanup fund, highlighting the problems with my third opportunity for success. The cleanup escrow / bond program to ensure full cleanup of leases upon termination of lease or transfer is non-functional, and the implementation of a new program has been on hold for years. In closing, I'm pleased to report that the amount of shellfish debris abandoned or lost has shown negative growth since my efforts commenced several years ago, though there is still an unacceptable amount of gear going lost. I find gear all over Tomales Bay and as far away as South Beach, which is many miles away from the bay, from full bags or baskets to very small bits, smaller than 5 millimeters. How much of this gear is drifting off into the open ocean unaccounted for? There are several pieces of gear I've been monitoring for over a year in spite of mandatory quarterly cleanups under the Coastal Commission CDP program. So thank you for letting me voice these growth opportunities, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank
Phoebe,
you.
please. Oh, Phoebe, please go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. I want to personally thank you very much for considering the letter that I wrote on November the 2nd. This is a letter that I sent to your attention regarding concerns about the status of the southern pod of killer whales. I referred them to as SRKW. I'm very concerned about their status, the declining population and their starvation due to lack of food availability. And again, I just want to personally thank you so much for presenting my letter. I am hoping that the quota for salmon fishing is not going to be distributed just primarily between residential and commercial fishermen, but that there will also be a quota established and set aside for the southern killer whale population. And again, thank you very much for considering my letter. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hafer, please go ahead.
You hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I'm a commercial fisherman out of Morro Bay. I'm also the president of the Morro Bay Fishing Organization. I have about 90 members. A third of those are nearshore fishermen. As you know, the nearshore fishery closed November 1st. We don't exactly know why. We don't have quillback in this area, or very few. Fish and Game stats, 22 years, 57 pounds of quillback were landed commercially in Morro Bay and Port San Luis. You know, we don't have them in the nearshore fishery. We don't have them in the deeper nearshore fishery. Those fish were caught out deep by open access fishermen fishing the open access. I don't understand why we're grouped in with open access fishery. We have a limited entry permit, a nearshore permit, or a deeper nearshore permit. I think that should be separate from the open access fisheries. You know, we buy our license every year. We have trip limits, we have quotas. So I really don't know why, and a lot of us are kind of upset why the nearshore fishery closed in November and December too, they're saying. We just lost, after 12 years, Santa Monica Seafoods pulled out of Morro Bay, being our only fish buyer for nearshore. They're gone, they're leaving. You know, when you, I don't know whose idea this was. I don't know if it was the Fed, the PFMC meeting, I don't know, Fish and Game. But it's devastating to the fishermen in Morro Bay and Port San Luis. A lot of guys, and now a lot of young guys are fishing because it went 1-to-1. They bought permits. You know, they just started families. They all have little kids, little babies. You close a fishery right before Christmas on an emergency closure like that. It's devastating to us. I don't know what to say about this. I hope the commissioners take it up in the next meeting. You know, we'd really like to see it an emergency opener December 1st. I don't know if that could happen, but we really are kind of hoping for that. You know, if there's going to be any closures at all during the year, you know, before it was open year round, it was always closed in March and April. And that's when they're spawning. And that's probably when you should revisit that, because that's when they're all blowing eggs and they're all spawning out. And I mean, if there was going to be a closure, that's when it should be. And, you know, maybe the state should put a 120-foot limit on it, maybe 20 fathoms, something like that. But
Well, listen, thank you. Yeah, Dr. Schuman's going to answer to you on it. But let me say that, you know, there was a trigger, and there wasn't much choice in doing this. But Craig, you can explain a little more.
Hey, Tom, this is Craig Schuman. So, you know, this was discussed at length at the Pacific Fishery Management Council last week, 2 weeks ago in Garden Grove. We understand the concerns of the fleet. This was triggered by reaching the catch target for quillback. You guys, Morro Bay, are the very southern end of that range in the management area. We know that We are working on a package now for next year for the 24 season. That focuses in on the permit holders, looking at inside 20 and outside of 50. So that, I believe that season structure was discussed at the council meeting. If we need to talk offline, if you guys aren't involved in that, I think you were, but if you're not, let me know and we can talk offline, but we're in the process of spooling that up right now, hopefully to have something in place at the very start of next year. What's that? And we're trying to move the lineup as well, but
Outside of the southern region.
yeah, but that, again, that all
That's
takes
all.
time.
That's a 24,
Yeah,
25.
yeah, that's for the next spec cycle, 25, 26 is looking at redefining the boundaries.
Okay, so my recommendation is reach out to Craig and he can make sure you're plugged, if you aren't already plugged in, that you're plugged into that process for the next season, okay? Because
Yes.
the issues you're concerned about are being discussed.
So I know there was some talk about moving to the 36 line.
Let me catch up here. You know, we're not going to do anything on this today. And it's some detailed discussion that you really ought to start to have with Craig. It won't come back to us for quite a while.
So can I continue or no?
Well, no. What I'm saying is it's not. I don't think it's productive to have a detailed discussion on it today because we can't and aren't going to do anything about that here now. It's part of a broader discussion that's got to happen with the department and with
the commercial fisheries managed through the PFMC.
Yeah, we don't
not through the commission.
we don't manage it. So, do you know how to get in touch with Craig?
Yeah, Tom, we'll have someone reach out to you.
Yeah, well, I was at the meeting, and I commented and we're just really concerned because it's
Hey,
closed.
Tom, I'm gonna catch up. We understand your concern. We can't do anything about it here. We don't work on that here. We react.
Guys' attention.
But beg pardon?
I just wanted to bring it to you guys' attention.
No, we appreciate that. I'm not saying you shouldn't have. I'm just saying that going into the details of how to, we're not going to work these details out here now. So the next step is to talk to Craig and go from there.
I acknowledge that, but I just wanted to bring it up to the the Marine Region meetings. I've been on here all day waiting. I think it's very important, and I think a lot of guys in this area think it's very important. So I just wanted to relay the messages.
No, we appreciate you being there. We appreciate waiting. And we're not brushing you off. We're offering a path.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I just hope you guys, can get something figured out.
All right, thank you very much. Final item on the agenda is I'm sorry, Maureen, anybody else online?
There's no one else online.
Okay, so our work plan and any new agenda items. I don't think we put any of today. Except for the gold, supporting Golden Hook.
Golden Hook Board, yeah. So unless you have any proposed changes to the committee work plan or additional agenda items that you'd like to recommend that the commission add to your work plan. Thank you. Appreciate that. That was a no. Nothing. Then we have your draft work plan or current work plan in the meeting materials. We plan on continuing forward with what we have already.
Terrific. Well, listen, thank you everybody for today. You have some really great work done today. And culmination of a lot of hard work over a long time. Just a reminder that our next commission meeting next tribal meeting is on December 12th here in San Diego, followed on the 13th and 14th by our next commission meeting. And then we have in the packet full calendar for next year. Thank you all very much.
And those meetings are in the hotel. They're not here. They're in Hotel Circle.
Yeah.
The handlery. Yes, the handlery.
I'm sorry, Melissa. Yes.
We can't get you guys all in here.
No, unfortunately. So I apologize. I should have highlighted that in the staff summary, we did say that there is a new topic that was proposed and this affects Dr. Schumann. There is one new topic that was proposed for potential referral to MRC. It's in the staff summary, recreational crab track gear options and separate commercial passenger fishing vessel validation resulting from previous regulation change petitions. So assuming that you want to move forward with that, we will include that as a recommendation. We'll include that as a recommendation.
Terrific.
Can I make a friendly amendment to that? Can we include discussion about the recreational ramp regulations for recreational
Yeah,
fisheries. Right now, we've got limited tools in the toolbox
yep,
for the recreational sector, so we'd like to wrap that into those recreational regs.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Things are feeling a little too easy, so thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
This will make it easier, more tools.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to have one screwdriver, you got 15 screwdrivers.
That's it, yeah.
Hey, just one last thing, something that came up at TFMC, you know, guys, I filed that petition for, descending devices for California.
Yeah.
Right.
Something that's been doing everywhere else. What the feds didn't realize, and we found out from NOAA, is they thought they had a Fed package for the whole West Coast of descending devices.
What?
Yeah, they actually thought they had it.
No
So when we
way.
were sitting in a RecFish meeting, it came up and they didn't realize it. So now they're looking at how to put a Fed package together, but by the time they do it, it'll probably be 3 years or 4 years. They're pretty slow. So we'll probably be ahead of that with our petition process.
Is there good data on the mortality rate with, use of descending devices?
So what happens on the mortality rate, is specific to every species, so they have to study one species at a time. And they do that right here at South Fisheries Science Center or the Northwest.
And they have mortality tables for each species at each depth that's applied.
Right.
Got it.
So like as we went to the extreme deep, they didn't have that because we've never been out there,
Right.
right? So that kind of hurt us as far as mortality tables with the sending devices, we didn't get credit. Where in the inshore, we got something we like credit. But it's just something we gotta work on, right? It's just, we're putting the pressure on them, now they gotta catch up and, but we gotta get the sending devices, as long as we'll start the conservation
Right.
efforts.
Glad you let them know that it was an issue and that they discovered they
Yeah.
didn't know,
Just letting you know.
didn't know what they didn't know.
Yep.
Terrific. Thank y'all. Thanks for being here today.
Thanks.
It's the rental car place, they like.